you're all doing great today. And in this video, we have another book reading. The title is 2024 QI. Facts to stop you in your tracks. It's a pretty thick book, and let's read the back. I'm hoping you can see everything. QI is the smartest comedy show on British television. Here, creator John Lloyd and QI elves James Harkin and Ann Miller bring together 2024 brand new brain-tickling facts to stop you in your tracks. And here we have a few of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Humans glow in the dark. The Pope drives a blue Ford Focus. One of the moons of Uranus is called Margaret. Scottish football referees are sponsored by Specsavers. Dogs visiting U.S. national parks can be certified as park rangers. The world's smallest computer is smaller than a grain of sand. Candy floss was invented by a dentist. That's the only one I know from all these, and nobody knows who named the Earth. So let's open it up. It looks like this is a huge series because we have the 2024 Q1 facts to stop you in your tracks, but there are also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books, and there's also the General Ignorance series, the Book of General Ignorance, the second book of General Ignorance, the third book of General Ignorance, and the Book of Animal Ignorance. And there's also Advanced Banter, the Q1 book of Quotations, the Q1 book of the Dead. And it looks like this one was published in 2018. The last thing one knows when writing a book is what to put at first. I think that's true of any piece of writing, including essays, theses, scripts, short stories. But I think it's better if we just get straight to the facts. Okay, let's begin. Nobody knows who named the Earth. 0 does not exist in nature. Without 0, modern electronics wouldn't exist. I think that probably refers to binary. According to many quantum physicists, there is no time. Time is the most used noun in the English language. The present moment is the most disorganized the universe has ever been. People who have had their brown lines removed with Botox find it harder to read difficult sentences. Wow, that's interesting. An altered state of consciousness can be achieved by staring into someone's eyes for 10 minutes. According to its CEO, Apple Incorporation is a compilation because all obstacles have been brushed from their path of their parents. All Olympic curling stones come from the uninhabited island 10 miles from Glasgow. In 2017, Glasgow was voted the most dangerous and also the friendliest city in Scotland. Eyebrows evolved to make humans look friendly to one another. In the 10 seasons of Friends, the 6 main characters drink 1,154 cups of coffee. I wonder who counted those. The Hitler Youth only drank decaf coffee. Rats with low social status drink more than those with high social status. 20,112 rats were caught and killed in Hanoi on a single day in 1902. On a single day in 2018, volunteers in India planted 66 million trees. The palm trees in Los Angeles are the result of job creation scheme in the 1930s. Okay, that sounds interesting. I want to know more about that one. The way treetops avoid touching each other as they grow is called crown shyness. The queen practices wearing her crown for a week before the queen's speech. The queen takes a monogrammed candle with her on all foreign trips. The Teabag Boys, Yak Bowles, Cecil Otter, and Bus Driver are all names of professional rappers. Every year, Britons use enough wrapping paper to wrap the moon. If all the plastic in the world were cling film, it would wrap the earth. There is enough plastic in the world to make 25,000 Empire State Buildings, 80 million blue whales, or a billion elephants. The Queen has banned plastic straws from the royal estates. I'm not sure if this was recent because this one was published in 2018, so maybe she banned them before it was banned worldwide. I don't know. The first bendy straws were designed for use in hospitals. The A&E department at Leicester Royal Infirmary treated twice as many patients the weekend Leicester City won the Premier League. Football was banned in London in 1314 for being too noisy. In Arab countries, poetry competitions get better TV ratings than football matches. Footballers at Sweden's Östersunds Footballers Club, I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, are contractually obliged to read Dostoevsky. France has short story vending machines. In 2017, a book called 40 Minutes Late was returned to a San Francisco library 100 years late. More than half of all meetings start late. The chances of surviving a heart attack increase when the top doctors are absent from the hospital attending important cardiology meetings. The first meeting of War Propaganda Bureau was attended by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Thomas Hardy, and Rudyard Kipling. by Sigmund Freud's nephew. Oh, I know this one. It was Edward Bernays, and actually his idea was to go around and interview doctors about breakfast, because bacon, or a brand of bacon, wasn't selling in the US, and he wanted to make it sellable. So he went and asked doctors whether having a hearty breakfast was better than having no breakfast, and all doctors said, yeah, it's better to have a hearty breakfast, and he promoted fried bacon as a healthy breakfast, and that's how it became a thing in the US. I remember this one because I read it. It was a huge marketing scheme, and it worked. The Queen won't reveal her favorite meal in case she never gets served anything else. For the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, Marmite brought out a special edition called Marmite. I have no idea what that is. Alfred the Butler is the name of 12 different people in the Doomsday Book. The bookshelf was invented by Christopher Columbus's son. Children perform boring tasks better than when dressed as Batman. Well, no doubt, Wonder Woman was created by the inventor of the lie detector. Frania is Russian for lying even when everyone knows that's what you're doing. I wonder if there is an English word for that. If there is, let me know. Menkolek is Indonesian for tapping someone on the opposite shoulder to fool them. Oh, okay. Bamboo sharks shrug their shoulders to swallow their food. In the 1930s, artist Dorothy Peck invented an inverted underwater periscope so she could stay dry while catching fish. Oh wow, interesting. Swordfish track fast-moving prey in deep cold water by heating up their eyes. After Apollo 11 landed, the moon's temperature rose by 2 degrees Celsius. NASA's clean rooms are infested by microbes that resist the heat, desiccation, and radiation, and eat the cleaning products. The thermostat knobs in many hotel rooms don't work. They're rigged to save electricity. I know that one for a fact. From all the hotels I've stayed in, 80% of the closed door patterns in lifts are just for shows. The doors are on a timer. In 1986, 12 jurors got stuck in an Otis elevator in a courthouse on their way to hear a lawsuit against Otis Elevator Company. In 2017, a court in Indonesia blamed an increase in the divorce rate on the sudden popularity of pigeon racing. In Regina, California, it's illegal to own more than 90 pigeons. It's illegal to swim in the River Seine in Paris. In professional swimming, it's against the rules to wear two swimming costumes. In public pools in New York City, you are not allowed to hold your breath. In 2017, 70 students in Maryland drank so much alcohol at a party that the air in the house registered positive on a breathalyzer. Oh my god. Bridging parties celebrated boys Year's Day, it's traditional to throw an item of furniture out of the window. What if people walk on the street? Is that banned? Who knows? When New Year was moved in 1751 from 25th of March to 1st of January, there were only 282 days in the year. In ancient Egypt, the new year began whenever the Nile started to flood. I know it's pronounced Nile, but I always called it Nile. I think someone picked up on that on one of my previous videos. I like calling it Nile, so it's gonna be called Nile on this channel. N-E-I-L. Thank you. Ancient Egyptians mummified their cats and gave them mummified mice to torment in the afterlife. Catalan authorities regularly check websites ending with cat to ensure they're about Catalonian, not cats. Savannah is a breed of a cat that can be trained to play fetch and go for walks on a lead. If human eyes were in the same proportion as cats' eyes, they'd be 8 inches across. Honesty boxes with photos of eyes stuck on the wall next to them produce more money. Painting eyes on cows' bottoms stops lions attacking them. Rabbits hate being picked up because they think they're about to be eaten. Oh. Listening to talk radio can put pumas off their food. King George, is that the 5th or the 6th? I have no idea. Wedding was not broadcast on the radio in case people listened without removing their hats. A radio station in Texas that burned the Beatles records in 1966 was struck by lightning the next day. Not realizing his microphone was switched on, Ronald Reagan once joked that the US was about to bomb Russia. There are an estimate of 14,485 nuclear weapons in the world today. Airbnb's headquarters feature a replica of the War Room from Dr. Strangelove. Supersonic flypast at Idaho's new airport in 1959 smashed all the glass in the buildings and delayed the opening for the year. The first loop-the-loop roller coaster had to close down because so many people were passing out. Oh wow. Must have been going G-force or something, more than probably 3G. Who knows? Disneyland shut down its gondola rides because too many people were having sex on them. That's funny. When two prime numbers differ by 6, example 5 and 11, they are known as sexy primes. 6 times 9 plus 6 plus 9 is 69. The Babylonians were doing trigonometry 3,700 years ago. 5,000 years ago, human practiced brain surgeries on cows. Gaspar Tagliagocci, the pioneer of the nose job, developed his skills on a clinic called the Hospital of Death. The surgeon at the Battle of Sierra Negra in 1794 averaged an amputation every 4 minutes. Plastic surgeons are 8 times more likely to have had plastic surgery than the rest of us. People who think 7 cups of coffee a day are more likely to think... People who drink 7 cups of coffee a day are more likely to think they sense the pressure of the presence of dead people. Okay. Poltergeist is German for noisy ghost. The first planet discovered outside the solar system was named Poltergeist. Pluto's moon, Charon, was named by its discoverer after his wife's Charlene. Names of Greek ocean gods included Poseidon, Triton, Oceanus, and Doris. In 2006, a Greek court ruled it was no longer illegal to worship Greek gods. The world's first Christian nation was Armenia. Britain's first vegetarian church opened in a building called Beefsteak Chapel. Avocados are not vegan. I'm not sure if this is true, but I remember I read the research where it said that 1 in 5 avocado skins have salmonella. So ever since I read that, I wash my avocados before cutting them or doing, anything. I washed the skins because they found that, so I'm not sure if that's related, but I have to look it up. Mentioning guacamole on your dating profile gets you 144% more responses. The first contraceptive pill was developed by Mexican yams. Viagra can make your urine turn blue. Persian blue was discovered by German chemists trying to make red. Red placebo pills work better than blue ones. Yellow tennis balls, which look better on color TV, were the idea of David Attenborough when he was controller of BBC Two. Different tennis balls are used for men and women's matches. The men's are fluffier to slow them down. Table tennis was the first sport to abolish the distinction between amateurs and professionals. Football World Cup referees have to learn swear words in other languages. TITSUP is a military acronym for Total Inability to Support Usual Performance. Swipers is a retail industry acronym for seemingly well-intentioned patrons engaging in routine shoplifting. TASER is an acronym for Thomas A. Swift's electric rifle. In 2016, Australian police offered cash prizes to any drivers they found to be sober. Oh, that's bad. The oldest known boomerang is from Poland. Mount Kosciuszko. The highest mountain in Australia is named after an artificial mount in Poland. The summit of Mount Everest was one part of the ocean floor. The highest mountain on British soil is Antarctica. At Two Ocean Pass, Wyoming, a mountain stream splits into two. One flows into the Atlantic, the other into the Pacific. In 1949, Mohill, West Virginia was renamed Mountain. John Crawford. Is it Juan? Crawford was named by the readers of the movie magazine. On the set of Jaws, the shark was nicknamed Bruce after Steven Spielberg's lawyer. The first crime prosecuted using fingerprint evidence was a theft of some beard balls. largest theft ever investigated by Quebec police was of maple syrup. Between 1935 and 1937, Wisconsin law required all restaurant meals to be served with free cheese. The first use of the word mammoth as an adjective meaning big referred to a large cheese. The world's largest asbestos mine is in Asbest, Russia. The world's larger paper plane had 60-foot wingspan. Each pod on the world's largest Ferris wheel is equipped with a TV screen to starve off boredom. Season 7 of Game of Thrones was pirated more than 1 billion times. Michael Bond, creator of Paddington Bear, was a camera operator on Blue Peter. Paddington Bear wears a hat when swimming because Michael Bond's father always did in case he needed to raise it politely. The etiquette experts Debrets run classes for 5-year-olds on learning how to navigate dinner parties. Alumnesia is the failure to remember the name of a former classmate. Scarifying is to tidy up quickly before visitors arrive. Cacocelia is the use of foreign words to make one appear un peu plus cultive. Trebentweets is German for the witty riposte that occurs to you too late. Joke comes from the same Latin word as a jewel. The redder a rabbit, the more it costs. Donald Trump's daughter Tiffany was named after the jewelers. Peter Carl Faberge made 50 exquisite Faberge eggs on one Faberge potato. Until they hatch, the eggs of cardinal fish are stored on the male's mounts, where 30% of them are regrettably swallowed. The hands of a human fetus touching the walls of the womb causes the fingerprints to form. Oh, I didn't know that. Elephant ears plants look like they're deceased, so eggs won't be laid on them. Elephants can hear better with 1 foot off the ground. When his sound system failed, mime artist Marcel Marchal cancelled the performance. The mayor for Bogota hired 420 mime artists to shame traffic violators into driving better. The aim of the sacred combat of the Moch people of ancient Peru was to knock your opponent's head off. Peruvians are the world's fastest workers. The Latin for proud is superbum. Bum was defined in Dr. Johnson's dictionary as the part of which we sit. The word kleptomania was called Barcode Man. At Joan of Arc's trial, she was asked to comment on the hairstyle of the saints who appeared in her visions. A tiger's night vision is 6 times better than a human's. Humans glow in the dark. In a desert, the naked eye can see the glow of a major city from 120 miles away. Snowflake, Arizona was founded in 1878 by 2 men whose surnames were Snow and Flake. At the center of every snowflake is a single piece of dust. Claude Monet paid a gardener to dust his water lilies before he painted them. Van Gogh's olive trees has a dead grasshopper embedded to the paint. It's compulsory for Dutch school children to visit Rembrandt's paintings. As a schoolboy, legendary wrestler Andre the Giant was driven to school by his neighbor by playwright Samuel Beckett. Samuel Pepys went to performance of Twelfth Night on Twelfth Night, 1663, and thought it was a silly play and not relating at all to the name or day. The West End has fewer theatres than London's private schools. In 1907, a riot broke out in New York over a play in which a woman drank a glass of beer. Beer mats were originally placed on top of glasses to keep the dust out. In the Second World War, kegs of beer were flown to the front line of Spitfire pilots. One proposal to stop plane hijacking to Cuba in the 1970s was to build a fake Havana airport in South Florida. In 2016, a man from Wigan sent a pie into space to promote the World Pie Eating Championship. A smartphone contains more computing power than the whole of NASA had in 1969. In 1985, the New York City had 2,000 mobile phones, but only 12 of them could be used at any one time. A man in New York makes 500 a week collecting fragments of gold and jewelry from the city's pavements. New York cabs and Hertz rental cars have yellow branding because they were founded by the same man. The flute was invented before the wheel. Cement was invented before humans learned to cook meat. When Icelandic women staged an equal pay protest by refusing to do any cooking, all the supermarkets ran out of sausages. The world's longest sausage was 39 miles long. Volkswagen sells more sausages than cars. The Lord Howe Island steak instead is also known as the walking sausage. Sausage guitar is urban slang for air guitar played on stretched out. Yeah, I'm not reading that. When Brian May goes on tour, his guitar has its own bodyguard. In 2004, Somalian issued a set of guitar-shaped coins. In 2010, the National Mint of Chile issued thousands of coins stamped Chile. Goldman Sachs complained to Microsoft for autocorrecting their name to Goldman Sachs. Goldman instead of gold. Okay. American Kitchen Foods tried to rebrand peas by shaking them 1/3 of the fish caught around the world never get eaten. During the Second World War, fish and chip shops managers were exempt from military service. The Russian intelligence service keeps Hitler's teeth in cigar box. The UK has 50,000 self-service tills. British trains arriving up to 9 minutes late are counted as being on time. In 2017, a Japanese rail company apologized after one of its trains departed 20 seconds early. 509,000 Britons turn up late for work each day, costing the economy $9 billion a year. In Qing Dynasty China, the penalty for lateness was death. Mail theft in the US was a capital offense until 1872. Until 1971, the US Postmaster General was last in the line for succession in the presidency. Donald Trump is the first US president in 160 years not to have a bed in the White House. US President Zachary Taylor had never voted in a presidential election before he voted for himself. US President William McKinley could shake hands 50 times a minute. The world's oldest footprints are 500 million years old. The first scientists to study dinosaur footprints thought they were made by giant birds. Archaeopteryx is a bird-like dinosaur that was too heavy to sit on its own eggs without cracking them. The black feathers of the male bird of paradise absorbed 99.95% of light. The yellow-billed oxpecker bird sleeps in the armpit of a giraffe. Ancient Egyptians used giraffes' tails as fly swatters. A male giraffe drinks the urine of a female giraffe to see if it's ovulating. That sounds bad. Baby robins can eat so many caterpillars they turn green. Baby guillemots are called jumplings. Baby humpback whales drink 150 gallons of milk a day. Female whales have performed umbilical cords to snap off their birth so that the baby can swim to the surface for its first breath. When hibernating, woodchucks breathe as little as twice an hour. Breathing the air of New Delhi is equivalent to smoking 45 cigarettes a day. 1 in 3 smartphones in India run out of space every year because millions of Indians send daily good morning texts with images or video attached. In Honolulu, it's illegal to cross the street using a mobile phone. An Apple iPhone contains more than half the elements in the periodic table. Shoppers being absorbed in their phones at the checkout has resulted in a 15% fall in chewing gum sales. Oh, that's interesting. Polyisobutylene is the main ingredient of chewing gum and the inner tubes of bicycle tires. A British designer has created a chewing gum recycling bin made of recycled chewing gum. Oh, that's interesting. Chocolate in the 16th century was prescribed to treat angina, constipation, dysentery, indigestion, hemorrhoids, flatulence, and gout. I wonder if it was to comb the hair upwards, stroking it with nutmeg and vinegar. 16th century doctors advised growing a beard to ward off illness. 15% of Americans get sick from eating food every year. That raises more questions than answers, like how do you calculate that? Are you doing biopsies on everyone's gut to see what they're eating? That doesn't seem very visible. When Winston Churchill visited the US during Prohibition, he got a doctor's prescription for an unlimited supply of alcohol. Churchill's last words were, "I'm bored with it all." The last king of Egypt stole Winston Churchill's watch. The last emperor of China spent his final years as a street sweeper. 37% of Britons think their jobs are meaningless and don't contribute to the world. 52% of Americans think God is doing a good job. In ancient Egypt, only gods and royalty could eat marshmallows. Pharaoh Ramses III made an offering to the Nile god of 11,990 jars of beans. Pythagoras died because he hated beans and refused to run through a field of them to escape his murderers. Socrates enjoyed dancing. Aristotle had a lisp. Karl Marx spent more than half of his life in England. Thomas Young, the first person to decipher the Rosetta Stone, had read the Bible twice by the age of 4. The Bible has no mention of purgatory. Utah has a prison called Purgatory Correctional Facility. Prisoners in Brazil can have their sentences reduced by kneading. Because Sweden is going cashless, Swedish criminals have been reduced to stealing owls. Australian passion thrushes use their farts like leaf blowers to uncover worms. That's interesting. Giant predatory hammerhead worms from Asia are invading France. At the time of the French Revolution, only half of the population of France spoke French and only 1 in 8 could speak it well. 1 in 8 young Britons are either bloggers or vloggers. Steve Jobs never learned to code. The documentary Where in the World is Osama bin Laden was found on Osama bin Laden's computer. Brian Eno used Apple Mac to compose the startup music for Windows 95. The most dangerous music to play while driving is Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. At the 1967 South African Grand Prix, the Mexican national anthem couldn't be found, so the organizers played the Mexican hat dance instead. The Czechoslovak national anthem was the Czech national anthem played between two halves of the Slovak national anthem. Chinese citizens hearing their national anthem are advised to stand still but be full of energy. The sun generates of the sun is 40,000 times hotter than boiling water. The strike of a mantis shrimp is so quick it makes the surrounding water boil. Mantis shrimp can see a type of light that no other animal can, and they use it to send each other secret messages. Kind of want to get in on that. Puffins' beaks glow in the dark. Birds have special feathers that continually disintegrate into powder, making their own feathers waterproof. Rolls-Royce Phantoms have Teflon-coated umbrellas installed in the doors. A new umbrella drone keeps you dry without you having to hold it. A pluviophile is someone who loves rainy days. Malinophrenia is a bad mood caused by a poor night's sleep. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Hexaphobia is the fear of the number 666. A goblin is gods for a pet that decides to go and live with new owners. In 19th century Scotland, to be counted as an island, a piece of land had to have enough pasture to support at least one sheep. Depending on the definition, the number of islands in the world is somewhere between 86,000 and 7 billion. Palmerston Atoll is in the South Pacific, has a population of 60, all of whom speak with Gloucestershire accent. Pheasant Island is owned alternately by France and Spain. Pheasants are more likely to run over than any other birds. Pheasants will stop attacking each other if given spectacles. Scottish football referees are sponsored by Specsavers. I think we read that one on the back. The first advert of Channel 5 was for Chanel number 5. Perfume is bad for your health as car exhaust. Is as bad for your health as car exhaust. Oh, that's interesting. A Californian company has developed a perfume to make cows smell like people so mosquitoes bite them instead of us. Mosquitoes are responsible for half of the deaths in human history. Little fun fact, I am allergic to most mosquitoes. The quinine in tonic water is effective against malaria as long as you drink 300 gin and tonics every day. Yeah, I think you have more health problems if you do that. It's harder to tell how drunk you are if surrounded by drunk people. We know that. There are a dozen pubs in the UK that claim to be Britain's oldest pub. That's true. To be arrested by the White Sergeant is 17th century slang for a man being hauled out of the tavern by his wife. To stop postmen loitering in houses, they were given smart uniforms. Posting a letter from London to Edinburgh in 1818 cost as much as the average daily wage. Postage was originally paid by the person receiving the letter, not the sender. Artificial Christmas trees are less environmentally friendly than real ones unless you use them for more than 20 years. There is only one person in the UK called Mr. Bubbles. There are 16 people in England with the surname Grinch. It sounds like a fun surname, to be honest. The official names of Scotland's salt-spreading trucks include Sir Anding Flurry, Ready Spready Go, and Greedy Greedy Bang Bang. Pin lorries in Taiwan play music to alert residents to bring out their rubbish. 7% of the land in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, is covered in rubbish dumps. There are more than 180 tons of rubbish on the moon. Every time there is a full moon, Sri Lanka has a public holiday. In China, public holidays last a week because it takes so long to travel across the country. 23rd March is a Bolivian public holiday called the Day of the Sea, on which the landlocked country mourns the loss of its coastline in 1893. Aston Martin has developed a luxury submarine. I think that was in the news recently. The Icelandic for the cherry on top is Rushinan e Pausundanum, the resin at the end of the sausage. Ladyboy President Warren Harding's dog not only went to state meetings, he had his own chair. A luxury hotel in Mexico provides each guest with a personalized serving kit whose threads match the clothes they are wearing. The Bayeux tapestry is not a tapestry. According to the UK Department of Health, the potato is not a vegetable. I think I know that one. I think that's considered worldwide, not only in the UK, but let me know where you live. Is the potato considered a vegetable? Turkmenistan has a public holiday to celebrate melons. The watermelon is the state vegetable of Oklahoma. In the 19th century, the US Supreme Court ruled that tomatoes are vegetables. The oldest known mashed potatoes were discovered in Utah and are 10,900 years old. Climate change is causing ancient mummies to turn into black slime. King Ferdinand I of Naples had his enemies killed, stuffed, mummified, and mounted in their everyday clothes. Clothes are eaten by only 7 of the UK's 2,500 species of moth. There is a caterpillar that cuts coca leaves, that eats coca leaves, and vomits cocaine into its predators. Nematogamba caterpillars hate being shouted at. The shouting bomb hated its name, saying it's just the sort of bloody silly name they would choose. Dunkin' Donuts is taking steps to drop the word donuts from its name. Tanax tea cakes aren't allowed in Royal Air Force planes in case they explode. Bumblebees' penises explode when they ejaculate. Okay. 1% of middle-aged honeybees work as undertakers. According to her last wishes, Elizabeth Taylor arrived late for her own funeral. Over 2 million people went to Victor Hugo's funeral, twice the population of Paris at the time. The population of Bangladesh is 114 the size of Russia's crammed into an area and 150 times smaller. In 1926, Poland gave the US a 115th birthday card signed by 20% of the population. Inappropriate behavior on the Queen's official birthday caused a code that had reached the rank of Lance Corporal in the British Army to be demoted. James Cook's code was the first known female to have circumnavigated the globe. Codes produce more milk when listening to All I Want for Christmas Is You. The first Glastonbury tickets cost £1 and came with a free bottle of milk. The Vatican uses milk from the Pope's cows to paint its buildings. The Pope has 8 titles and not one of them is the Pope. Pope Formosus died and was buried in 896. Pope was stuck up, tried and found guilty in 897. Pope Francis has his own 68-page weekly magazine. The person who writes about legal marijuana for Forbes magazine is called Julie Weed. Only 2 land animals survive entirely on seaweed: the North Roland stay sheep and Galapagos marine iguana. Sea urchins wear dead hermit crabs as hats. Straw hats in the US were traditionally worn after September 15th, any earlier, and they would be snatched off your head and stomped on. The earliest reenactments of the American Civil War took place during the American Civil War. During the American Civil War, Ulysses S. Grant got so drunk that he vomited into his horse mane. In 1873, the Spanish city of Cartagena wrote the President Ulysses S. Grant to ask to join the U.S. The world's shortest international bridge connects Spain to Portugal and is 3.2 meters long. To travel between Portuguese towns of Funchal and Monte, you can rent a Top Gun. Supersonic ice is both solid and liquid at the same time. The world's hottest ice cream, which contains peppers 100 times hotter than jalapeno, is called Devil's Breath and is made in Glasgow. The Scottish mountain Bob and Team Jane penis of the demon is usually translated into English as the Devil's Point. Didivolus is a demon blamed by medieval monks for spelling Misatx. I have no idea what that means. quickly than in a photo taken from 5 meters away. Robotic noses smell more efficiently if filled with fake snot. Saudi Arabia was the first country to grant citizenship to a robot. Senior citizens in New Zealand can join coffin clubs where they meet up once a week to make and decorate their own coffins. Homeless Victorians could pay 4 pence to sleep in an unused coffin for the night. The first meat pies were called coffins. Pie Town, New Mexico got its name when a prospector who had failed to find gold sold dried fruit pies to cowboys instead. Albuquerque, New Mexico has a giant X-ray machine that melts diamonds and makes electricity that moves 20,000 times faster than a bolt of lightning. Lightning produces antimatter. The Earth's largest habitat is the sky. Baltimore has an eye in the sky that continually photographs the city for the police. Some police stations in China use guard keys instead of guard dogs. In 1st century Denmark, rich people were buried with a chicken. The very rich were buried with a goose. Che Guevara was buried without his hands. They were sent to Argentina for fingerprinting. Cotton cheeses are the only characters in The Simpsons to have 5 fingers on each hand. 10 out of the 12 water companies in the UK still make use of divining rods. An underwater pipeline discovered by border officials in Kyrgyzstan in 2013 was used to smuggle alcohol into the country from Kazakhstan. Kazakh engineers have invented reusable toilet paper. British soldiers in the Second World War had a ratio of 3 sheets of toilet paper a day. US soldiers were allowed 22.5 sheets a day. The penalty for taking an unofficial photo during the First World War was death by firing squad. The penalty for taking an unofficial photo during the First World War was death by firing squad. During the Second World War, Finnish frontline soldiers were provided with saunas. When Peter III of Russia got Arad gnawing one of his toy soldiers, he had it court-martialed and hanged in one miniature gallows. Piglets prefer new toys to ones they've already played with. 4,000 children under the age of 2 are listed as owners of British companies. The average child has the aerobic fitness of a triathlon athlete. Harrods used to sell pet leopards. The first pet cemetery opened in Paris in 1899 after the introduction of a law that banned throwing dead dogs into the Seine. The first Saint Bernard was called Perry. Right-pot dogs are more cheerful than left-pot dogs. It's easier to understand sign language if the signer is right-handed. Scientists had tell whether early humans were left or right-handed by looking at their fossilized teeth. Pangolins have no teeth. They grind food in their stomachs by swallowing small stones. Kira people of the Solomon Islands use flying fox teeth as currency. Piranhas continually replace a quarter of their teeth at a time. Piranhas bark. There is a train in Japan that barks like a dog to scare a deer off the line. Quacking aspen trees produce their own sunscreen. Pisonia trees lure birds to their death for no good reason. Trees have a very slow pulse, expanding and contracting to pump water around their bodies. Horses have 5 hearts. Each hoof acts as an extra blood pump. People who walk slowly are more likely to die of heart disease. Babies born in October are more likely to live to 100 than those born in March. When a sperm meets an egg and conception takes place, zinc atoms are released and sparks literally fly. A study at the University of Illinois has concluded that sex doesn't sell. Ted Hughes was so attractive that one woman who met him had to rush straight to the bathroom to be physically sick. Who's Ted Hughes? Now I have to Google him. John Wilkes Booth, the man who shot Abraham Lincoln, was dating 5 different women when he himself was shot. A sex pheromone found in male moose urine is named Darcy after Mr. Darcy. Scout is Icelandic for someone who puts their poems in a drawer rather than publishing them. Boogie is Bantu word for the irreversible urge to strip when dancing. Sisu is Finnish for indomitable courage and persistence in the face of adversity. Uitwayan is Dutch for to take a bracing walk in the wind. Ancient Greek athletes had their spleens removed to help them run faster. The verb run has 645 meanings in English. At the 1932 Olympics, the steeplechase lasted 8.5 laps instead of the usual 7.5 because officials lost track of how many times the runners had been round. In anonymous surveys, half of all athletes admit cheating. The findings of a 2015 study about procrastination were inclusive because half of the participants didn't get around to finish the survey. The Procrastinators Club of America has earmarked 5 September as Be Late for Something Day. Neil Armstrong's application to become an astronaut arrived at NASA a week after the deadline. Neil Armstrong's spacesuit had 21 layers and weighed 36 kilos. NASA is designing a clockwork rover for Venus, the planet so hot it would melt the electronics in a normal one. 3 NASA astronauts have appeared in Star Trek. The first series of Star Trek was made by Lucille Ball's production company. She originally thought it was a show about celebrities on tour. David Bowie first appeared on television aged 17 as the founder of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Long-Haired Men. Men are half as likely as women to be naturally blonde. coconutrophy is the cultivation of a beard. The entire British supply of yak hair was used up, making false beard for the Hobbit. Peter the Great introduced a beard tax for everyone except clergy and peasants. In 1943, the US banned sliced bread. In 1943, the US banned sliced bread. 20% of sandwich varieties account for 80% of sales. Brown mayonnaise has been Marks and Spencer's best-selling sandwich since 1981. Mrs. Beaton had a recipe for a toast sandwich. I'll do 2 more pages because I'm getting really tired. Beetles have become 20% smaller over the last century. The real-life policeman who inspired Sgt. Pepper didn't like the Beatles. The police in Rome have an undercover squad that stops people jumping in fountains. A waterside restaurant in Perth, Australia hands out water pistols so that diners can repel the seagulls. Australia is slightly wider than the moon. Australia is an island 20 times the size of Japan, but with a shorter coastline. Kalishnak is a heart-shaped island in Croatia, also known as the Island of Love. The average heart rate in San Francisco rose by 4 beats per minute the day Donald Trump was elected. Okay. Holding hands causes heart rates, breathing, and brain waves to synchronize. Hand dryers in public toilets blow fecal bacteria all around the room and spread it evenly over your hands. 7% of Netflix users watch movies in public toilets. The big toilet, once common in rural China, fed human waste straight to the pigs. In Germany, you can be fined 2,500 euros for calling someone an old pig. During the First World War, truces would occasionally be called in the trenches, so both sides could yell insults at each other. During the Christmas truce of 1914, one English soldier got a haircut from a German who used to be his barber in Holborn. In 1865, the Duke of Buckingham was blown from Holborn to Euston through a pneumatic tube intended for parcels. Roman maps gave exact distances between towns and rated the roadside inns and the road quality. In Iceland, drawing a map on an envelope works just as well as writing the address. Until 2011, buildings in South Korea were numbered according to when they were built. When the River Han in Korea was crossed by tightrope walkers, the Washington Post reported skywalkers in Korea cross Han solo. system, even though it's nearer to the Sun than Neptune. 99% of the time, the temperature on Mars is below zero. Mars has distanced itself from the deep-fried Mars bar because it goes against the company's commitment to promoting healthy, active lifestyles. There is a pig farm in Japan where the pigs only drink green tea. Over half the farm workers in the US work in Texas. The most common job in America today is shop assistant. Shops in Romania may offer chewing gum instead of small change. Kraft Foods in China tried replacing the filling in Oreo biscuits with chewing gum, but it didn't catch on. Yeah, I bet. In 2005, the red panda called Babu escaped from a nature reserve in Birmingham and was voted Brumie of the Year. When the new motorway bisected the HP sauce factory in Birmingham, a pipeline was installed that carried vinegar from one side of the road to the sauce mixing department on the other. Noisy miners are small birds of the honeyeater family. Vulture bees make honey from rotten meat. If butterflies eat road salt, the males become more muscular and the females get bigger eyes and brains. Passion fruit vines deter butterflies from laying eggs on their leaves by growing mock butterfly eggs. Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts is home to a tiny frog called Pinkletink. Tiny moons in Saturn's rings named after kittens include Fluffy, Garfield, Socks, Whiskers, Butterball, and Mittens. Journalist Christopher Morley called his two cats Shell and Will because nobody can tell them apart. Lyndon B. Johnson had two beagles called him and her. When Gavin Williamson was Conservative Chief Whip, he kept a tarantula called Cronus on his desk. Spiders have hydraulic legs. The first hydraulic lift was used to carry ship onto a roof. If you lift a kangaroo's tail off the ground, it can't hop. Almost 10% of the cat's bones are in its tail. Luna moths avoid being eaten by bats by using their tails as sonar deflectors. The odds of being bitten by a shark, bear, or snake in any 3-year period is 893 quadrillion to 1. Lima beans plants attacked by spider mites release a burst of chemicals that attract insects which then eat the spider mites. The Dimite Tigerella japonica has been lurking in cups of tea for 3 rivers than in country rivers. The first English reference to fish and chip shops called them a considerable source of nuisance. Shops sell more clothes if their mannequins have a head. Shrews' heads are 20% bigger in the summer than in the winter. The bent-tailed tree shrew's entire diet is fermented nectar containing up to 3.8% alcohol. Alcohol helps you speak foreign languages better. The International Bartenders Association recognizes only 77 cocktails. One of the pilgrims on the Mayflower sailed with 139 pairs of shoes. First names of pilgrims on the Mayflower included Remember, Resolve, Humility, True Love, and Wrestling. When the royal family changed its name in 1917 because it was too German, new names considered included Guelph, Whipper, Wettin, Tudor, Stuart, and England. The royal family is named after Windsor Castle. A man in Rio has lived in a sandcastle since 1996. Saturn's moon Titan has electrostatic sand that would be perfect for sandcastles. The world's largest sandcastle was built in Germany, 180 kilometers from the coast. You can be fined 1,000 euros for taking sand from Sardinia. In 2008, after a 9-year legal battle, an unemployed man in southern Italy was acquitted of stealing an aubergine. I think I'm pronouncing this one right. The Lamborghini Countach gets its name from the Piedmontese slang for holy shit. There has been only one posthumous Formula One champion. Mexico City's Day of the Dead parade didn't exist until it appeared in the James Bond film Spectre. I'm not sure that's true. The phrase vital statistics originally referred to births, marriages, and deaths. George Washington is the highest-ranking general in the U.S., even though he's been dead for over 200 years. George Washington called a ceasefire during the American Revolutionary War to return a British general's terrier that had wandered onto the battlefield. King Henry III of France liked to tie a ribbon around his neck from which he hung a basket of small dogs. Dogs like reggae. Animals and humans prefer music that is close to their own vocal range. A mathematical study of 50 years of hit singles concluded that the Beatles had no influence at all on the history of years, his 2018 tour was called No More Tours 2. The Tour de France hasn't been won by a French cyclist since 1985. Chinese tourists can pay $50,000 to shoot a polar bear in Canada. A Chinese robot named, I can't pronounce that, Little Doctor has passed the written stage of the National Medical Listening Exam. Ford has a robot called Reboot that simulates a large man sitting on car seats. Speeding offenses increased significantly the weekend after the release of a Fast and the Furious film. The video game Grand Theft Auto 5 has made more money than any film in history. Psycho was the first major American film to feature a flushing toilet. The boy who played Piggy in Lord of the Flies was bullied by the other boys. The first 8 popes were all murdered. There is a secret passageway at the back of the Vatican in case the Pope needs to escape. Pope Urban, I have no idea what number that one is. Is it I'm not even gonna attempt it. Issued a decree that all pasta shops must be at least 25 yards apart. Italian pasta makers used to knead dough with their bare feet. The word shampoo comes from a Hindi word meaning to knead. The Indian beagle is the national bird of India. The great Indian booster nearly made it, but there were concerns it might be misspelled. Okay, now I know how it sounds like. Melville Dewey, creator of the Dewey Decimal System, was such a fan of spelling reform that he spelled his first name Melville. Hotmail is so named because it contains the letter HTML. It was originally Hotmail. Oh. When Bill Clinton was president, he sent only 2 emails. The man who invented email later became an importer of sheep semen. Human semen contains fructose. Scientists have devised a method of finding the best sperm for IVF by making them complete a tiny obstacle course. In the first egg and spoon race in 1894, competitors had to punt with their spare hand. In 2018, a charity snail race was cancelled after cold weather caused all the competitors to go into hibernation. Sea slugs prefer to eat an animal that has just eaten another animal, so they get 2 meals in once. The UK's food supply chain means we're only ever 9 meals away from empty supermarket shelves. Oh, it's scary to think that some bacteria are not only resistant to antibiotics, they enjoy eating them. The Korowai people of New Guinea, I forgot how it's pronounced, put crabs in their ears to eat their earwax. Dinosaurs suffered from dandruff. People listen to music. Using a musical instrument to annoy someone is illegal in Singapore. Pangolin and caterpillar soup is illegal in China. Carp soup is a popular Christmas dish in Poland. It's good luck to keep the scales in your wallet till the next Christmas. The Christmas Tree Grower Council of Europe holds its Christmas party in June. The first person to use the phrase Merry Christmas was also the first to use the word prosecco. In the last 300 years, the average size of the wine glass has increased almost sevenfold. Jeff Goldblum puts orange juice on his cereal. The Pope drives a blue Ford Focus. Ispildur is Icelandic for going for a drive and ending up with an ice cream. Eating ice cream for breakfast can increase mental alertness. 1 in 5 Britons cannot name a single author of literature. The first, second, and third most common sentences in Stephanie Meyer's Twilight novels are I sighed, he sighed, and I shrugged. George Orwell ran the village shop in Wellington, Hertfordshire. Agatha Christie worked as a hospital pharmacy assistant during the First World War. The first real murder on the Orient Express took place a year after Agatha Christie's novel came out. King Ferdinand of Bulgaria was so scared of being murdered on the Orient Express that he locked himself in the toilet. The surrender of Germany after the First World War and the surrender of France in the Second World War were signed in the same carriage of the Orient Express. Theodore Roosevelt coined the expression lunatic French. When Frinton-on-Sea, Essex, got its first pub in 2000, locals described it as the worst thing to hit the town since Luftwaffe. The oldest known writing on Earth contains a swastika. In ancient Greek, one line of text would be written left to right and the next right to left. There used to be 6 more letters in the English alphabet: Eth, Thorn, In, Yok, Ash, and Itho. Denmark hated the letter Q so much they abolished it in 1872. The letters K, W, and Y were officially added to the Portuguese alphabet in 2009. Seychelles is the only member of the UN whose name has no letters in common with Britain. Britain and Portugal have been allies since 1373. A Portuguese way of telling someone to leave you alone is go away and come monkey. To beat the donkey's sponge cake is a Polish expression meaning to treat someone better than they deserve. Don't come to the rope run with me is Australian slang for you must be joking. Prawn crackers in Italian are novel di dragon clouds. Some build measuring exactly 100 feet by 100 feet. The Lost Property Office in Dublin Airport has an unclaimed tombstone with the words, "You will always be remembered, never forgotten." Oh, the irony. The Chinese government has announced a crackdown on strippers at funerals. The classic ghost costume dates from the time when bodies of the poor were wrapped in a sheet. Highwayman Thomas Wilmore used to disguise himself as a ghost to scare gamblers from the tables, then take the money they'd left behind. Gambling was illegal in public libraries from 1898 to 2005. In 2014, Oklahoma, California discovered that paintball had been illegal there for 80 years and immediately legalized it. In 2017, Oregon banned poker and also a game called Big in June, despite the fact that it hadn't been played since the 1950s. The best poker face is a smile. Blind people smile even though they have never seen one else doing so. When Walmart opened in Germany, it scrapped its policy of employees smiling at customers because the Germans found it too weird. In Germany, until 1888, you have to have a license to take a child out in a pram. The German for contraceptive pill is anti-baby pile. STEVE is an acronym for the bad sperm take through the male reproductive system. Seminiferous tubules, epididymis, fundiferous, and ejaculatory duct. Bovine biceps and bovine butt are medical terms for muscle injuries. Blood pressure readings are 50% more accurate when taken at home. When a white coat is worn and people are told it belongs to a doctor, they become more attentive. It doesn't work if they're told it belongs to a painter. Hay fever didn't exist until the 1800s. There is a conspiracy theory that Finland doesn't exist and it was made up by Japan and the USSR. The existence of Antarctica was completely unknown until 1820. Queen Victoria didn't know that pandas existed. It cost 5 times more to keep a panda than an elephant. Humans and bees are the only species elephants fear. Pliny and Elder noted that the stare of a menstruating woman could kill bees. Spot removal for Pliny and Elder involved rubbing the affected part with a paste made from ashes of a roast dolphin. Black leopards have spots, but you can only see them in infrared light. Puma and Adidas were founded by 2 brothers who fell out and went into competition against one another. After 11 months on the International Space Station, astronaut Scott Kelly returned to Earth 13 milliseconds younger than his twin brother. Ian McGregor, his brother, used to be a tornado pilot who flew with the used to cover up the vast numbers of puffins that kept walking into shot. There are 8 places on Earth called Puffin Island. The Alutiiq people of Alaska made rattles from puffins' beaks. Alaska has 1,000 earthquakes a month. A Seattle's 1909 Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition, one of the raffle prizes was a month-old orphan named Ernest. The 2017 IG Nobel Prize for Cognition was awarded to scientists who proved that identical twins often can tell which of them is which. What? I'm not sure I understand this correctly. I have to look it up. In 2007, the Ivory Coast government gave away a house to an employee as a prize for turning up on time. More than 50% of the ivory imported into China comes from woolly mammoths. Mammoths are still trapped in the Arctic permafrost. Frostproof Florida was so named to persuade farmers it wouldn't get a frost. 2 years later, frost killed almost its whole citrus crop. Why not? Why not? I don't know. North Carolina was named after a long debate concluded with someone saying, okay, why not? Just say why not and let's go home. Johnny's Cash real name is J.R. Cash. His parents couldn't agree on his names, only the initials. Johnny Cash named his daughter Roseanne after Rose and Anne, his nicknames for her mother's breasts. UK street names include Funny Hands Lane, Wiley Lane, and Uranus Road. Houses on streets with route names are cheaper. You can say fuck at any time on Canadian radio provided it's a French language station. NASA has its own radio station called the Third Rock Radio. In 1972, Peru banned Santa Claus from appearing on radio and TV. Santa's helpers in Iceland include the spoon licker, the door sniffer, and the sausage swiper. Good Icelandic children get presents at Christmas, naughty ones get rotten potatoes. Frederick William of Persia decreed that anyone refusing to plant potatoes would have their noses and ears cut off. Police in Vanuatu are encouraging people to grow potatoes instead of pot. It is illegal in England to import Polish potatoes or potatoes suspected of being Polish. When porn films are duped into Polish, all the parts, even those of women and children, are read by one male actor. George Orwell's first word was beastly. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them won the Oscar for the best costume design, the only Harry Potter film to win an Academy Award. The fact that the is from a character in The Dukes of Hazzard. Witherspoon was a teacher at the Founders Primary School. The Irish get through 50 beer mats per person per year. The Queen owns several pubs, including one called the Windsor Castle. The Queen has won more than 6 million from horse racing. The Queen employs an official stamp collector. 1930s post boxes doubled as stamp vending machines. In 1972, Bhutan issued a set of talking stamps. Philately is from the Greek for the love of exemption from taxation. I am pretty sure I need the Greeks, the native Greeks, who probably know more, isn't the word philatelismos, which has something to do with collecting stamps, but I'm not sure if the word telismos has anything to do with telonio, or because I know love of exemption from taxation is no, it's the tax evader is I'm trying to remember the word, fotovigas, and I'm not, please let me know, but I'm pretty sure. But here we are talking about stamps, and philatelismos has something to do with stamps, so I don't know how that relates to taxation either. Let me know if you do. In Mexico, artists can pay their taxes by donating their work. The US tax code has increased in length from 400 pages in 1913 to 70,000 pages today. Denmark taxes new cars at 150%. Until 1999, tax-deductible items in Germany included bribes. Germany's Reisenberg nuclear plant was decommissioned in 1990, but still has over 100 employees. In 2008, 2 pigeons at an Iranian nuclear facility were arrested for spying. U.S. Civil Defense guidelines advise against using air conditioner after a nuclear strike. Reed College in Oregon has the world's only nuclear reactor run by undergraduates. The first nuclear reactor was built in a squash court. Tennis courts were once shaped like an hourglass. The grass at Wimbledon is trimmed by a millimeter a week for 12 weeks and cared for by a man called Mr. Stubley. Ritalin or Ritalin was named after its inventor's wife Rita because it improved her tennis so much. Dennis Sandgren is a tennis player from Tennessee. There is a street in Leeds called Cavalier Approach. The laughing cavalier isn't laughing and isn't dressed as a cavalier. Gainsborough painted his door scenes using little models made of broccoli. oyster is a phrase used in Portsmouth to describe a cup of lamb on the pavement. The street price of a hand grenade in Sweden is 100 krona or 8 pounds and 62 pence. Ones sustained during the day heal twice as quickly as those sustained at night. Pieces of coconut shell were used by Pacific Islanders to mend broken skulls. Mahler's Sixth Symphony features part of an enormous hammer. Picasso liked to shoot blanks at people who bored him. Bangladesh is home to the world's only specialist diarrhea hospital. 1 in 3 people in Britain admitted to hospital as an emergency have at least 5 illnesses. The 911 emergency number used to be spoken as 911 but was restyled as a 911 to avoid people wasting time looking for the 11th button. The phone book on Norfolk Island, Australia lists people by their nicknames. Tanzitara, Mexico has a special police unit to stamp out avocado theft. In 2017, Frankfurt police found a car belonging to a 76-year-old man who had forgotten where he parked it 20 years earlier. Pittsburgh police classify condoms as instruments of crime to help them prosecute sex workers. A single sex act by parasitic bookworms can last for over 40 years. When 2 earthworms mate, they both have children. Castrator bee crabs live inside the genitals of limpets. Chinese street barbers shave the insides of their customers' eyelids. What? Do we have hair inside our eyelids? Vision is not perfect, just normal. The only things anyone has ever seen are photos. Sea urchins are the only known animals that can see without having eyes. Your eardrums move in sign with your eyeballs, and no one knows why. Lobsters use sand in their inner ear to work out if they are the right way up. Until the mid-1800s, lobsters were considered to be food for the poor. 30,000 years ago, people ate mammoth and fed reindeer to their dogs. 10,000 years ago, lions didn't have lost his marginal seat. Applause is forbidden inside the House of Parliament. Police guarding the outside of the Houses of Parliament are under orders to fill inside men's underpants. In 1930s New Zealand, there was an outbreak of exploding trousers. During the First World War, an estimated 1 ton of explosives was fired for every square meter on the Western Front. The Western Front was supplied with 500 ferrets a month to catch rabbits. Rabbits are repelled by the butterfly bush. The skunk cabbage melts the frozen ground around it by generating heat like an animal. When the retired Roman Emperor Diocletian was asked to return to the throne, he said he'd rather grow cabbages. The entire Roman Empire was sold at auction in 193 AD. Christie's auctioneers are taught to stop their hands shaking with nerves by clenching their buttocks. In 1942, a single banana was auctioned in London for the equivalent of £95. Japanese farmers have created a new kind of banana with edible peel. Farmers in India use Coca-Cola as a pesticide. The sugar attracts ants and eats the larvae that would have eaten the crops. Wolf whistles were first used by Albanian farmers to warn sheepdogs of approaching wolves. Some Scottish farmers use lasers to protect their livestock from eagles. Laser pointers are the second most common cause of pilot incapacity after tummy upset. There are more living US astronauts than living concrete pilots. The wingspan of Boeing 747 is longer than the distance traveled during the Wright brothers' first flight. Wow. The first successful all-metal passenger plane was wickerwork. Had wickerwork seats. A group of raptors in flight is called a kettle. A group of penguins on land is called a waddle. A group of sharks is called a shiver. A group of swans on land is called a bank. Deutsche Bank's largest shareholder is Chinese. China has an exact replica of the Austrian village of Ostad, so tourists don't have to go all the way to see it. Polo is to pass a new law allowing only 5-star hotels to be built. A hotel in Oman employs a full-time turtle ranger. Wait, hold on. Okay. The Mary River turtle breathes through its genitals. Plankton were one of the 12 official logos spiders wandered around inside the body. Examining the pelvis is the only way to tell the sex of a human skeleton. No one knows if Lucy, humanity's the oldest ancestor, was male or female. Male red-sided garter snakes pretend to be female and entice other males to have sex with them. To kill off the snakes in Guam, 2,000 dead mice were pumped full of paracetamol and dropped by tiny parachutes into the forests. Parachute tester Richter Powell has made 20,000 parachute jumps and tested 50 new parachutes, only 9 of which went into production. The Guinness World Record for the highest ball survived without a parachute is 10,000 meters. The world record for the most people licking ice cream in one place is 2,728. The world record for the most people licking lollipops is 12,831. Lick into shape comes from the medieval belief that bear cubs were born shapeless and were licked into shape by their mothers. Meadowbell ants nurse each other and tend each other's wounds. Asian ants were the size of hummingbirds. Paleontologists lick stones to identify whether they're fossils or not. The longest ever dog's tongue was more than twice as long as the smallest living dog. The world's largest timber-framed structure is a replica of Noah's Ark at a Christian theme park in Kentucky. In 2004, a boat in Texas capsized because everyone ran to one side to look at a nudist beach. In 2012, a smuggler was arrested at the Smugglers in Washington after arriving in a car with a license plate smuggler. 7 U.S. states have not produced a single billionaire. The famous sign "Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas" isn't in Las Vegas but in Paradise, Nevada. There are more rooms in the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas than there are people in the town of Bellagio in Italy. It's illegal for citizens of Monaco to go to the casino at Monte Carlo. The first James Bond film was released on the same day as the first Beatles single. Paul McCartney met John Lennon at a frozen wood rock goes completely rigid. When you drop one, it goes clink. Clink. That's a nice word. The pumpkin toadlet is a Brazilian frog whose mating call can be heard by every animal except other pumpkin toadlets. Oh, poor thing. The Suiwapa dwarf frog inflates its bottom to scare off predators. The Aztecs burned incense to mask the smell of the Spanish. King Henry of France smelled strongly of goat. Beyoncé has released more perfumes than albums. Will Young considered breaking his leg to get out of Strictly Come Dancing. The oldest member of England's 2018 World Cup squad was Ashley Young. The oldest member of any 2018 World Cup squad was Egyptian goalkeeper Essam El Hadari. He was born in Kafr al-Badiki, town of the watermelon, and celebrates victory by eating watermelons. Blue whales eat 4 tons of krill a day. The Sami people of Lapland have werewhales, not werewolves. To prepare for the role of Wolverine, Hugh Jackman researched wolves, not realizing they were different animals. Moose is code for mouse. 3D printed mouse penises can alert airport security scanners. I wonder how someone did it. In 2017, a man at Colombo Airport was arrested for attempting to smuggle almost a kilo of gold in his rectum with difficulty. Military Special Services reserve a difficult task for soldiers aged 27 or older. The French work a 35-hour week and finish their tasks by Thursday lunchtime. Seamus Heaney was scared of frogs. Lenin spoke English with an Irish accent. The transatlantic accent used by Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant was invented by their dialect coach. The first director of Jaws was fired because he kept calling the shark a whale. That's funny. In the film Twister, the noise of the tornado was made using a moan of a camel. Angela Merkel has an ambition to host her own TV talk show. Sudi and Sue weren't allowed to touch each other on TV in case things got steamy. The first US TV show broadcast in the Soviet Union was Fraggle Rock. In 1990, the Soviet Union paid for $3 billion worth of Pepsi with warships. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper were all invented by pharmacists. French pharmacists are all qualified to identify edible mushrooms. My choice. But managers from poor backgrounds are better at investing than those from wealthy backgrounds. The investor Henry Budd died in 1862. He left his fortune to his two sons on condition that neither of them ever grew a mustache. The three richest Americans have as much money as the 160 million poorest Americans. Due to climate change, Sweden's Lake of the Pine Trees is now surrounded by birch trees. 53 million years ago, Antarctica was covered in palm trees. There is a species of palm tree that can walk. The cabbage palm tree is neither a cabbage, a palm, nor a tree. An AI program to come up with messages for love hearts sweets suggested Bear Week, Meet Made, and You Are Back. Messages in the first stakes of rock included Do You Love Me? Do You Love Sprats? And Sarah Robert Peel. Names of bell-ringing pills include the Reverse Canterbury Pleasure, the Yorkshire Surprise, and the I Can't Believe It's Not Yorkshire Surprise. There is a bell that's been ringing in Oxford non-stop for 178 years. The first ice hockey referees use cowbells, not whistles. The first ice hockey pucks were made from frozen cow dung. The first American footballs were meant to be spherical, they just weren't blown up properly. The first rubber bands were made from inner tubes of car tires. The minty flavor of toothpaste comes from pine trees. Colgate has trademarked the tooth fairy. Lloyd's of London insured Kentot's teeth for 4 times more than they did the Titanic. Deadly's Tea's chief tester has his taste buds insured for £1 million. There are more coffee houses per person in London. There were more coffee houses per person in London in the 1700s than there are today. The man who invented coffee pots doesn't use them because they are bad for the environment. In ancient China, adulterous men were punished by having their penises removed. Oh God. 25% of Americans have had a pubic hair grooming injury. Gooseberry bush was 19th century slang for pubic hair. Okay. Côte de Morse was Victorian slang for temporary melancholia. Muffin wallover was Victorian slang for a gossip. Loiter's sake was 17th century slang for a slacker. Argon is Greek for lazy or late. When the chemical compound thioacetone was first distilled, it smelled so bad that it caused anyone within a mile of the lab to vomit and fall unconscious. Scientists can tell what sex a person is by studying their brain alone. By swapping your phone screen, a researcher can find out what you eat, where you've been, and what medicine you take. The World Mobile Phone Throwing Championships take place in Finland. When the Russians invaded Finland in 1940, they were so sure they'd be welcomed that they brought musical instruments with them. During the war between India and Pakistan in 1947, King George was technically at war with himself. representing Punjab, Afghan province Kashmir, Sindh and Balochistan. Karachi bid for the 1960 Winter Olympics despite its temperature never having fallen below 0 degrees Celsius. When the 1964 Winter Olympics were threatened by lack of snow, the Austrian army carried 40,000 cubic meters of it up to the ski slopes. When the East German luge team were caught hitting the runners on their sleds in 1968, they blamed a capitalist revanchist plot. Liechtenstein only found out they had the same flag as Haiti when they both arrived at the 1936 Olympics. According to the US flag code, the stars and stripes is a living thing. The current 50-star US flag was designed in 1958 by a 17-year-old as part of a school project. He got a B. A retired UN official has spent 25 years collecting 14,000 do not disturb signs. The official retirement age for Russian men is 2 years above their average life expectancy. Alzheimer's cannot be definitely diagnosed until the patient is dead. Jason Bourne is named after Ansel Bourne, one of the most famous amnesiacs in medical history. Type A and Type B personalities were made up by a tobacco company. Smoking the venom of the Sonoran desert toad is said to be like having a Force 5 hurricane in your head. How did they find that out? Scientists in Morocco have created a scorpion milking machine that can extract venom from 4 scorpions at once. The man who invented condensed milk also invented an amphibious horse and cart equipped with a mast and a sail. Krampusing was a punishment in which sailors' hands were tied above their heads and buckets of water were poured down their sleeves. The heat-proof sleeve on the outside of a disposable coffee mug is called a zarb. Defra gets through 1,400 disposable cups a day. 69 ants' nests in the UK have listed building status. UK Control of Noise at Work regulations 2006 recognize no distinction between a factory and an opera house. The Ministry of Defense's official book of abbreviations is 373 pages long. Parisology is the unnecessary use of rather more words than are necessary to get the meaning of the words across to the majority of people in a meaningful manner or way. I think it was worded like that on purpose. A philodox is someone who loves their own opinion. To perintinate is to put something off till the day after tomorrow. Parorexia is the desire to eat strange foods. Britain's leading apple researcher is really allergic to apples. The US once had over 14,000 varieties of apple. Today they only have 90. There are only 90. The original Bramley apple tree has a fan club in Japan. iTunes customers have to agree not to use Apple products to create nuclear weapons. Oh well, I didn't know that. What am I gonna do now? closets, kids, rats, sots, swine, idiots, tarts, cowards, hooligans, or gutter snipes. The habeas corpus act became law only because a portly lord was counted as 10 votes and the opposition didn't notice. The British Labour Party is the largest political party in Western Europe. The Romans drank turpentine to treat depression. Frankincense is used in Oman as a stomach soother, cough medicine, blood thinner, wound cleaner, and a fly repellent. King Edward had a liquor specially created for him to drink while driving. Prairie voles can drink the equivalent of 15 bottles of wine a day. A group of pandas is called an embarrassment. The man who invented the plastic garden flamingo dressed in matching clothes with his wife for 35 years. 16 tons of clothing are abandoned each year at the start line of the Boston Marathon. These are names of the two most famous football commentators in Russia are Gusev and Utkin, which means goose and duck. Before he became a billionaire, Roman Abramovich ran a company that made plastic ducks. Piggy banks get their name from the Old English pig, meaning clay. Every new car is first modeled in clay by a sculptor. In 2017, Bentley launched a new off-road model fitted out for falconers, complete with a perch and a gauntlet compartment. Migrating birds are welcomed to New Zealand every spring by the bells of St. Paul's Papua Nui ringing for half an hour. Birds in cages hop in the direction they would migrate if they could. More than half of all species on Earth are moving their habitats due to climate change. The average frog breeds 8 days earlier than it would have done 10 years ago. 65 million years ago, there were frogs that ate dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were living on Earth before Saturn got its rings. The world's oldest rock, cock, is 4.35 billion years old. The world's largest gold nugget had to be broken up because it was too big to fit on a bank scale. Only 0.05% of the Earth's mass is water. Glaciers can move faster than a spinning train. Gravity travels at the speed of light. Super Mario's jumps and falls suggest he lives on a planet with 8 times more gravity than Earth. Jupiter is so close to its moon Io that it causes the ground there to bulge and contract by hundreds of feet every day. Jupiter is known to have 79 moons. Pluto's equator is covered in plates of ice made of methane. Not all humans have methane in their farts. Henry II had a court jester whose Christmas dance featured a jump, a whistle, and a fart. A Yule shard is someone who's still preparing for Christmas on Christmas Eve. At 3 p.m. on Christmas Eve, 40% of Swedes watch Donald Duck. Buying every gift mentioned in the 12 days of Christmas would cost £27,016 and 92 pence. films had musical accompaniment to drown out the noise of the projectors. Horror films are the only movie genre in which more women appear than men. The film Fargo was released in Hong Kong as Mysterious Murder in Snowy Cream. The night vision camera released by Sony in 1998 had to be recalled because it could see through people's clothes. The first Sony Walkman had 2 headphone jacks in case it was thought to be antisocial. The 2014 version of the Walkman was sold inside a bottle of water to prove it was waterproof. Queen Victoria owned a bulletproof umbrella. Canon was originally spelled Kwanon after the 1,000 armed Buddhist goddess of mercy. Photocopying was banned in Tibet in 2010. The first person to photocopy a body part was Andy Warhol. Wilhelm Röntgen took the first X-ray of his wife Anna Bertha's hand, seeing her skeleton make her gasp, "I've seen my death." Dinosaur skeletons are increasingly bought by wealthy private collectors because museums can't afford them. The Cat and Cabinet Museum in Amsterdam has works of art by Rembrandt, Toulouse-Lautrec, and Picasso, but only the ones featuring cats. The tagline for the National Poo Museum in the Isle of Wight is "Have you been?" Berlin has carried the Sausage Museum. Wow. The smell of Play-Doh is trademarked. Valium is present in potatoes. Alcohol is 114 times as dangerous as marijuana. How can it be as and then 14 times? 140 times. Does it mean more? Okay. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was banned in Malaysia because morphine sounded a bit like morphine. Growing once meant the snout of a pig. Dogs inhale through their nostrils and exhale through the slits on the sides of their noses. A poodle Rottweiler cross is called Rottiepu or Rottitoodle or Rottweiler Poo. All Jack Russells are descended from a dog called Drum. Dogs visiting U.S. national parks can be certified as park rangers. The first public parks in the U.S. were cemeteries. In the 1840s, Mount Auburn Cemetery ranked alongside Niagara Falls as the nation's most popular tourist attraction. To tackle the problem of expanding cemeteries in Brazil, the mayor of Piritiba, Miriam, suggested that death be outlawed. The mayor of High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire is weighed every year to see if he's got bad during his term in office. Plants make up 82% of the mass of all living things. Only 30% of Hindus are vegetarian. The DNA in your body could stretch to Pluto and back again 17 times. The sun is closer to the earth during the UK's winter, not the summer. The Qing dynasty. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. People swap their pillows in the summer for cooler ceramic ones. Ancient Greek soldiers once went on strike for softer pillows. The software in new cars can contain up to 100 million lines of code. The mysterious green code that begins all the Matrix movies is in fact the recipes for sushi. Matrix is Latin for womb. Japan's oldest born movie actress retired at the age of 80. The skull of the world's oldest Dutch woman has been carbon dated at 13,000 years old. 5,000 years ago, the most popular tattoo was a sheep. Mentioning the girl with the dragon tattoo on your dating profile increases your replies by 1/3. George, is it the 4th or the 5th? I always get confused, so avoid it. Had a dragon tattoo. It's illegal in Indiana to tattoo your eyeballs. Many Japanese bathhouses ban people with tattoos. At Italian swimming pools, swimming caps are compulsory. In French swimming pools, men are obliged to wear budgie smugglers. There is a spa in Czech Republic where you can bathe in beer. Brno in Czech Republic has an annual parade of silly walks. Rakovat is a Czech word meaning to mispronounce your R's. Bats have regional accents. Bats eat so many insects that they save US farmers $22.9 billion a year. Farm soil quality can be checked by wearing a pair of underpants and seeing how long they take to decompose. Experts have warned people not to boil their underwear in hotel kettles. English women didn't wear underpants until the 19th century. In the early 1900s, women in Chicago would be fined $50 for wearing a hatpin over 9 inches long. The first mass-produced bicycle for women was called the Lady Cycle. Penny farthings weren't called penny farthings until they were almost obsolete. The Royal Mint made only 7 pennies in 1933. They were enough in circulation, but they didn't want to miss a year. 60% of 1p and 2p coins are used once, then put in a jar. Pickpockets in 17th century Russia used the sharpened coins to slice open their victims' purses. The Bitcoin network uses more power than the whole of Serbia. The Serbian equivalent of saying bless you to a sneeze is go away kitten. Looking at photos of puppies and kittens helps you concentrate. Paper wasps. Know every other wasp in their colony by sight. The record distance for throwing a paper plane is 69.14 meters. Truman Capote took 6 paperweights with him wherever he went. The world's largest collection of the world's smallest version of the world's largest things is based in Kansas. The world's largest key collection includes the keys to the White House toilet, the Mozart's wine cellar, and Hitler's bunker. The credits for the film Airplane included Adolf Hitler as worst boy. Rescuing a damsel from the train tracks only ever appeared in films as a spoof. Oscars are was as loud as 3 people in the crowd fell unconscious. The Welsh mythical hero Colwich had a battle cry so loud it was said to sterilize women. Gulf Corvina fish have sex so loudly they deafen dolphins. Click beetles can withstand 40 times more G-force than a fighter pilot. Montenegro is a member of NATO but has no fighter planes. In Japanese bullfighting, there are no bullfighters. The only ants in Iceland are in a zoo. Indigo plants aren't blue. Dogs are seen blue and yellow. Lizards in New Guinea have lime green blood. There are over 4,000 pubs in the UK called Red Lion. In 2017, a pub in Cardiff apologized to a group of priests who'd been asked to leave by staff who assumed that they were on a stag do. The pub mobile used by John Paul II on his visit to Ireland can be rented out for stag parties. After the Reformation, pubs called the Pope's Head were changed to the King's Head. King's Holly, a Tasmanian shrub, is at least 43,000 years old but has never been seen to flower. There is an 8th continent called the Zealandia, but 94 of it is under the sea. 500 times as much uranium is dissolved in the sea as is under the ground. Plutonium remains toxic for at least 100,000 years. Amazon owns more than 100,000 robots. The research that led to the founding of Google was funded by grants from the CIA. The CIA stages fake conferences to lure professors they want to recruit. In 2018, the University of Miami appointed the U.S. first professor of atheism. The inventor of the barcode first drew it in sand in Miami Beach. In 2013, a stolen prosthetic arm was found in a second-hand shop in Bournemouth. Mary Shelley is buried in Bournemouth. Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in Bournemouth. Cumberland Clark, the band of Bournemouth, is widely considered to be the second worst poet in the English language. The worst pollutant of all household cleaning products is air freshener. Moose Murder is generally agreed to be the worst ever Broadway play, lasted one night in 1983. When astronaut Sally Ride first went into space in 1983, NASA engineers asked if 100 tampons would be enough to last her for a week. I've heard about that one before. Elon Musk works twice as many hours a week as the average American. How long do the average CEOs work for, though? The risk of a heart attack increases by 25% the Monday after the clocks go back. Whiter sheens is another word for anti-clockwise. In 2017, the chimes of Big Ben at Legoland were silenced to match those of the real one during its renovation. Palm trees don't have rings. I now want to see the inside of a palm tree. supplies 40% of the world's palm oil. The largest hotel in the world is in Malaysia. Hilton Hotel's largest shareholder is Chinese. There is a Belgian hotel that will run you a goldfish to keep you company. Electric eels aren't eels. That's interesting. One way to treat jellyfish tanks is to apply shaving foam and shave the area with a credit card. Fish can cough. Dead salmon is a paint color. Salmon is a shade of pink, and dead is a synonym for mad. Faro and bowl paint colors include savage ground, smoked trout, mouse's back, mole's breath, setting plaster railings, and pigeon. Paint names suggested by an AI algorithm include Clardic Fog, Snowbow, Bunflow, Bunkbud, Carrington, Grassbud, Stoner Blue, Stanky Bean, and Turtley. Toupee is the color of a French mole. Naked mole rats have the same chance of dying at the age of 1 as at 25. Scientists prepare pet parrots for their return to life in the wild by staging parrot murder scenes and making them watch. Falcons are more closely related to parrots than hawks or eagles. There are 550 wild parrots living in New York City. Okay. Zoologist Francis Backlund had a parrot that liked to hail taxis from its perch by the window. Hate Peak is a death metal band fronted by a parrot. The Death's Head hawk moth is the only moth that squeaks instead of buzzing. The East African jumping spider drinks mammals' blood. Male spiders in the Saltacete family have fangs longer than their bodies. American scientists have genetically engineered a 10-legged spider. Sea urchins have 10 feet. In the 1940s, Americans were allowed to buy only 3 pairs of shoes a year. Why? Okay. Knights Templar were not allowed to wear pointy shoes or speak to women. The ancient Romans force-fed snails. Some Roman statues had detachable heads that could be removed if the person fell from favor. In 2017, 240-year-old letters were found in Spain inside the hollow buttocks of a statue of Jesus. That's weird. In 2017, 100,000 euros were found blocking some toilets in Geneva. The world's most expensive earrings were sold at an auction in Geneva for $56,290,627. Cameroon's president for life spends 50% of his year in a 5-star hotel in Geneva, where no one knows what he does. No one knows how dinosaurs grew to be so large. Quetzalcoatlus was a feathered dinosaur as tall as a giraffe that could fly 10,000 miles non-stop. Crocodiles in the prehistoric Sahara galloped and ate dinosaurs. T-Rex at a top speed of 12 miles per hour and would have broken its legs if it had tried to run. Woolly mammoths could be blonde, brunette, or ginger. I just want to reread this one. The exact top speed and would have broken its legs if it had tried to run. Oh, okay. Jason Allen of Tucson was invited on Jimmy Kimmel Live for having the world's longest leg hair. How long was it? I like this book, but they could expand with a little bit more information as to not leave us without questions. They could have easily told us how long the hair was. Now we just wonder. To keep the censors happy, when Elvis went to the Ed Sullivan Show, he only filmed from the waist up. The largest known anaconda had 44-inch waist. There were 473 bananas in the world's largest bunch of bananas. A bottle is a small conical fruit basket. To procaffeinate is to put off doing anything until you had your first cup of coffee. Pecorus means full of cows. Pulestrine means of or like a pigeon. Yawning is contagious for budgies. Orangutans blow raspberries at each other as they go to sleep. Growing blackcurrants was illegal in the US for the whole of the 20th century. It's illegal in Canada to be drunk in charge of a canoe. Around 650 AD, Polynesians in canoes reached Antarctica. Antarctica is the most volcanic region on Earth. Antarctic sea spiders can grow to the size of dinner plates. You are advised not to build snowmen in Antarctica as it might disturb the animals. The world's tallest snow woman was only 30 feet shorter than the Statue of Liberty. Sorry, I can't really see very well. I'm waiting for the light to get a bit brighter. In the last 300 years, there have been only 6 times when there's been no snow on the ground anywhere in Britain. Australia has salt and vinegar flavored grass. Atlas, one of Saturn's moons, is shaped like a piece of ravioli. Genoa Airport has relaxed its rules on carrying liquids, but only for pesto. A single queue at an airport makes passengers more relaxed because they don't worry that other queues are moving faster. Useless information travels faster than light. That must be inaccurate. For each gallon of fuel, the QE2 can only travel the length of a Greyhound bus. Poodles at dog shows are regularly checked for illegal hairspray. Most hairspray isn't vegan. There is a tanning salon in St. Andrews called St. Andrews. That's clever. There is a tanning salon in Latham, St. Anne's called Latham's and Tans. Sunscreen was invented for people climbing glaciers. In 2016, KFC launched extra crispy sunscreen which smelled like fried chicken. Association of Dermatologists. The World Pollard Association looks after 500 million pollards. The roundest country in the world is Sierra Leone. The combined area of all the parking spaces in America is larger than Israel, Cyprus, or Macedonia. U.S. basketball player Jimmy Butler removed the rear view mirrors of his car as a reminder never to look back. In the Fast and the Furious movies, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson drives trucks because he's too big to fit into the cars. The Rock was told about the death of Osama bin Laden 45 minutes before the news media got told of the story. Nick Clegg announced the news of the 5p charge on plastic bags from a notorious Glasgow docking site. On 18th April 1930, the BBC announced that there was no news that day, so listeners could enjoy some piano music. George Gerwin learned to play the piano by copying the movement of the keys on a French pianola. Anthony Trollope introduced the postbox to Britain. The UK's first postboxes were painted green to blend in with the landscape. During the Second World War, the tops of British pillar boxes were coated with special yellow paint designed to detect poison gas. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, took mercury pills for immortality and died of mercury poisoning, aged 39. Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson began recording an album together but fell out because Jackson kept bringing his pet llama to the studio. Llamas urinate backwards. The ancient Romans had war dogs that were trained to fight information. Sheep fighting is a popular but illegal sport in Algeria. Santo Thomas, Peru celebrates Christmas by holding a village punch-up. A fight broke out after the first indoor ice hockey match between the players and people who wanted to go skating. After winning a fight with a rival to make Southeast Asia, Mangrove Crab does a victory dance. The Queen loves to dance to Dancing Queen. When a very large star quietly turns into a black hole, it's called a massive fail. If the Earth had the density of a black hole, it would be the size of a peanut. Alzheimer's patients lose the ability to smell peanut butter. Tortilla chips can spontaneously combust. Australia, black kites collect the smoldering sticks from wildfires to use them to start new fires to smoke out prey. South American scorpions shed their tails to escape predators, in the process losing their anus so they can't poo anymore. Newborn lily beetles cover themselves in their parents' excrement so they look like bird droppings. In the 19th century, snake excrement was taken for lung complaints. In the 16th century, women removed body hair using lotions made out of vinegar and cat poo. The oldest human hair was found in a fossilized hyena turd. One of the hyenas in The Lion King was called Shenasi, which means worthless bastard in Swahili. Bastardium, Niponium, and Pandemonium are all rejected names for chemical elements. IQ was too high. In the Philippines, it's a crime to annoy or irritate someone. In Durham, in 1350, Williams Bright, I'm sorry, that's a lengthy name, annoyed his neighbors so much that they all left the village. In Lincolnshire, in 1347, Letitia Pad was accused of fornication with Roger Sweat in bed. During the Super Bowl, the two teams produced 11 gallons of sweat between them. Oh, I thought in total. How is that between them? 39% of the fresh water in the US is used to cool power stations. The US uses more electricity for air conditioning than the whole of Africa uses for everything. The ash produced by coal-fired power plants is more radioactive than the waste from nuclear power plants. A Swedish power plant was reduced its dependency on coal by burning clothes from H&M instead. The Kentucky Coal Mining Museum switched to solar power in 2017. Insects are attracted to solar panels, which they mistake for water. Most termites are blind. Honeybees can grasp the concept of zero. Chickens communicate using over 200 distinct noises. A cloop is the sound of a cork being drawn from the bottle. 1 million plastic bottles are bought every minute. 7% of the microplastic in the sea comes from the paint used for road markings. The Japan pig is a seahorse so tiny that hundreds of them could fit into their hand. The 19th century Paris, it was fashionable to take turtles for works on a lead. In 14th century France, it was capital offense to wear stripes. In the 1910s, there was a US baseball team made of death row prisoners whose executions were delayed so long that they kept winning. Before every Major League Baseball game, mud from the Delaware River is rubbed on the ball. Punchball is a sport like baseball in which you punch the ball instead of using a bat. The first punch Mike Tyson ever threw was because someone killed his pigeon. 18th century actor James Quinn killed a fellow actor in a disagreement over how to pronounce the name cattle. And I pronounce it wrong. I'm kidding. In 1871, an Ohio lawyer was killed when he accidentally shot himself, demonstrating how a murder victim might have accidentally shot himself. That's funny. In 1994, a convicted murderer in England was given a retrial after it was revealed that his jurors had consulted a Ouija board. In 1474, a rooster was put on trial in Switzerland for laying an egg. No woman in Britain has ever been convicted of stealing a bird's egg. I'm gonna go do that now. After the Queen, the first living person to appear on a British postage stamp 90% of humans at fantasy football. Two tech billionaires who think we live in a computer simulation have hired a team to work on how to break out of it. Disney has filed a patent for hackable robots. The surname Disney was originally D-I-S-N-A and meant someone who came from Isigny in Normandy. Jan Sid is the sorcerer in Fantasia in Disney's backwards. Oh, that's interesting. Kiss is Swedish for peen. The longest penis on record is only 3 inches shorter than the shortest man on record. Mambo is Swedish for an adult who still lives with their parents. Fremdscham is German for being embarrassed for someone else. Oh, is it like second-hand embarrassment? Kinda. Anatecapotoni is Italian for someone who only talks about themselves. Ektueti is Mongolian for the irresistible urge to pinch or squeeze something or someone unbearably cute. Stockholm trains named by school children include Best Friend Glitter and the Kisses and Hugs train. To become someone's best friend takes 200 hours. Only death releases someone from the official Secrets Act. Shakespeare killed 2 of his characters by baking them into pie. Okay, let's do a few more, and I'm gonna go to sleep because I'm really a little bit tired. A Bedfordshire clanger was a long pie with meat at one end and pudding on the other. The annual weekend pea eating contest was scandalized in 2005 when it was found that the pies were imported from nearby Bolton. Italy holds an annual hide-and-seek world championship. America has a national grocery backpacking competition. The only member of the Ecuadorian Olympic ski team trains on tarmac using roller skis. Roller skating messengers were once used by the 17 miles of corridors in the Pentagon. The most decorated U.S. Marine in history was called Jesse Fuller. And 1 in 4 Americans doesn't know which country the U.S. declared independence from. I don't think that's true either. Maybe, I don't think so though. Japan has a school where pupils learn to behave like Annie of Green Gables. When Greenland left the European Economic Community, the community's area was reduced by half. If the San Francisco Bay Area were a country, it would have the 16th largest GDP in the world. 10% of the GDP of Tuvalu comes from the registration of .tv domain names. The French TV version of Bake Off uses music from Doctor Who. In the 2009 Eurovision Song Contest, 43 Azerbaijanis voted for Armenia, some of whom were later interviewed by the police. Under Section 54 of the Metropolitan Police Act 1839, it's illegal to carry a plank along the pavement. Plankton and planet both come from the same Greek word meaning to wander about. Yeah, a planet in Greek is planetes, which means wandering. A passenger aircraft aircraft without windows would be 50% lighter. 56% of France's military aircraft are unfit to fly. In 2006, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier U.S. Ronald Reagan was incapacitated by a jellyfish attack. Numerous jellyfish can weigh up to 440 pounds. A Danish scientist has invented jellyfish crisps. Wolves returned to Denmark in 2017 for the first time in 200 years. In 2017, deer were seen eating a human body for the first time. The first shark attack recorded in British waters took place in 2017 and left its victim with a cat on his thumb. The mini-leaf chameleon is the size of a human thumbnail. The cucamelon is the size of a grape but looks like a watermelon and tastes like a cucumber. Half of the world's legal cannabis is grown by the Chinese. Until 1916, Harrods sold heroin and cocaine. Queen Victoria took cocaine with Winston Churchill. Slang terms for heroin include dog food, elephant, witch, horse bite, and gravy. Colonel Sanders was sued by KFC for saying their gravy was a sludge and wallpaper paste-like. The South Korean Ministry of Food and Drug Safety has warned people not to add wasps to cocktails. Bees' tongues have no taste buds. The oral size illusion is when your tongue gives you the impression that a hole is bigger than it is. The height of the hole that the egg of a Pacific green sea turtle is incubated in determines its sex. Turtle rabbit is the literal translation of the Aztec for armadillo. A rabbit's nose can switch more than 120 times a minute. Twitch. A Nazotec is a collection of nose sculpture. In ancient Rome, being born with a crooked nose was a sign of leadership. Your nose is always in your eye line, but your brain has learned to ignore it. The word sneeze was originally knees, and nobody knows when the S came from, where the S came from, and when, possibly. Nobody knows whether or not bats fart. Cats could follow human instructions if they wanted to, but they don't. In 1963, a Parisian stray called Felicite became the first cat to send into space. From space, you can tell East Berlin from West Berlin because street lights in the east use yellow sodium vapor, while those in the west are fluorescent white. In 1936, Berlin Olympics were sponsored by Coca-Cola. Russia's October Revolution is celebrated in November. July used to rhyme with truly. So it was like Julie, maybe. The most popular pub quiz team name in Britain is Quiz Team Aguilera. Christina Ricci has an irrational fear of houseplants. 40% of Americans say they're too scared to ask what is in their hot dogs. Fear is good for stock markets. When chased by lions, zebras fart loudly with every stride. Zebra crossings can cause epileptic fits and migraines. is used to treat lunacy. Plants can be trained to expect rewards. Sniffer dogs can be trained to detect works of art. Paintings that don't fit into lifts are less popular at auctions. The Swedish for lift is S. The Irish for escalator is straightrepio, leaving stairs. Can an Irish person listening to this confirm and also tell me the pronunciation? I'm pretty sure it's the way I said it's wrong. 1,200,000 Americans die falling down stairs each year. Unmarried people are more likely to fall downstairs than married people, and previously married people more likely to do so than either. The world record for the most stairs climbed while balancing another person upside down on one's head is 90. Guinness has world records for most mousetraps released on the tongue, and most fan blades stopped by the tongue. A pangoline's tongue is longer than its body. Possession of a pangolin is illegal in Ghana. It's illegal in 18 US states to sell fake urine. In New Zealand, imperial measures are illegal apart from pints of beer, which are regarded as a description, not a measure. In Britain, in the First World War, it was illegal to serve someone more beer than they asked for. In London, 1814, 8 people drowned when a vat in a brewery ruptured, creating a 15-foot tidal wave of beer. The Guinness Brewery is 259 years into its 9,000-year lease. Lager is French for weakness or depression, and lager means beer. Seelen Klempner is German for psychiatrist, literally translates to soul plumber. The 93rd most cited psychologist of the 20th century was Edwin Boring. The shortest published scientific paper, an unsuccessful treatment of a case of writer's block, contains no words. Mark Twain's uncensored autobiography, published 100 years after his death, made him a best-selling author in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. The expression spin number and ATM machine are examples of redundant acronym syndrome. Yeah, because we have pin as a number and ATM, TM is machine. A murder monger is a writer of murder mysteries. Sea lions are more murderous than actual lions. In the last 30,000 years, the Great Barrier Reef has died 5 times. Sugar heals infections that even antibiotics can't cure. Kierkegaard made coffee by filling up a cup with sugar, pouring in coffee until it dissolved, and then downing the lot. The dome of the Taj Mahal is held together with sugar, fruit juice, and egg whites. In 17th century India, smoothies were made by shaking mangoes until they liquefied, then sucking the juice out through a hole. The shape of barrier bottles is based on that of Indian clubs. In the US, bottled water outsells all other soft drinks combined. physicist Theodore Kaluza taught himself to swim from a book. So the knowledge is transferable. Pigeons can be taught to recognize words. Reuters started as a flock of pigeons bearing financial news between Germany and Belgium. In 2008, news of forest fires in Canada caused panic buying of toilet paper in Taiwan. In 2014, protesters in Moscow were arrested for holding invisible posters. Researchers in China have invented printable invisible ink. 1 in 4 Georgians mistakenly think their country is a member of the EU. 1/3 of all flight delays in Europe are caused by French air traffic controllers. To avoid confusion, African reed frogs change color during orgies. Sex between 2 hummingbirds lasts 3 to 5 seconds. Graham crackers were originally intended to reduce people's sexual urges. Eating nuts improves sperm count. Fox squirrels arrange their nuts by variety. The 40 squirrels that appear in one scene in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory spent 10 months in training. Director David Fincher had a stuntman fall downstairs 12 times in one scene in Fight Club and then used the first take. The word slapstick comes from a stick used in 16th century Italian comedy to make a slapping noise without hurting another actor. Beards was once played with maces or sticks with blocks on one end. Cues developed from players getting better scores by using the wrong end of the stick. Beards was the first sport to have world championship. In 1863, a hot air balloon equipped with a beer table, a photographic workshop, a lavatory, and a refreshment room successfully flew 400 miles. It was probably the Cluedo air balloon. The Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster is banned from advertising in Germany. In Brooklyn, you can enjoy spaghetti bolognese donuts. Slouching can help you solve math problems. Pilates was devised as a way to keep prisoners of war fit. Most yoga poses date back only 150 years. Until the 1970s, almost no woman ate their own placenta. Genetically speaking, placentas belong to the baby, not the mother. Debussy's father owned a china shop. In 2013, a Chinese father hired a virtual hitman to kill his son's character in the computer game he played so he would focus on getting a job. That's funny. same carbon footprint as one all-day breakfast sandwich. More people in Britain work in the sandwich industry than in agriculture. Italians use al fresco to mean in prison like the US slang in the cooler. In 2017, 8 donkeys in India spent 4 days in prison for eating viable plants. Tomato plants release chemicals that turn caterpillars into cannibals. What? Tomato plants. That's interesting. Caterpillars are more likely to vomit when on their own. Bats swim using the butterfly stroke. The longest ever kayak trip was completed by a man who couldn't swim. J.K. Rowling couldn't submit her final changes to the casual vacancy because an artwork had chewed through a power cable. The second Harry Potter film came with a warning that it contained mild language and horror and fantasy spiders. Spiders of the Selenops family can spin around 8 times in a second. All galaxies, regardless of size, rotate once every billion years. There are galaxies called the Cartwheel and Tadpole, the Cigar, the Sunflower, and the Sombrero. Cash Point, Bubble Wrap, Jet Ski, Ping Pong, and Memory Stick are all brand names. In 2017, a peacock caused a £3,000 worth of damage to a new Range Rover after seeing its reflection in the paintwork and mistaking it for a rival. In 2018, an emotional support peacock named Dexter was denied access to an American Airlines flight despite having a ticket and his own seat. There is no evidence that peahens choose their partner because of his plumage. Peacock spider species include Scalodorus and Sparkle Muffin. That's funny. Some wasps cover their partner's eyes when mating. Wasps can be deterred by hanging up a paper bag which they mistake for an enemy nest. A Venus flytrap can take over a week to digest a large insect and spit out its bones. Venus has a crater named Mulan. The Earth hums. I think there was a research at some point, I don't remember where, that also a black hole hums when they try to analyze the waves or the wavelengths. They tried to turn them into sound, and I was looking for that research for a few months and I couldn't find it. And if you do find it or have it, please attach it in the comments, because I've been looking for it for a few months now and I don't know where to find it. A special darter has been designed for exploring Mars. In medieval Scotland, the national drink was claret. Parachites is 19th century Scots word meaning hard to please. thieves of the Czech Republic stole an entire ski lift. Stonehenge was built by the Welsh. China's Tomb Sweeping Day is for tending your relatives' graves and for young couples to have their first date. Oil Nationalization Day is a public holiday in Iran. In Bermuda, the nearest weekday to 24th May 24th is the first day of the year when Bermuda's shorts may be worn as a formal wear. Oh, that's interesting. On formal occasions, Barack Obama wore the same dinner jacket and shoes for all 8 years of his presidency. The Simpsons predicted Donald Trump would become president 16 years before he was elected. Calvin Coolidge chose all his children's clothes, and the inside of his son wore tuxedos at dinner. Calvin Klein kept a Pantone card in his kitchen so his chef could get the color of his coffee exactly right. Pantone created a new shade of purple in honor of Prince called the Love Symbol. Number 2. Prince's favorite color was orange. Victor Hugo could fit a whole orange in his mouth. At the age of 6 to 9, Victor Hugo had sex with 40 different people in 5 months. Male brown widow spiders prefer to mate with older females, even though they are more likely to be eaten by them afterwards. Squid changes sexual position when requested to do so by their partners. In 2017, underperforming employees at a Manchester call center were punished by having a dead squid dropped on their faces. The Nazca people employed someone to walk around with a dead fox on their head. The first Western eyewitness account of India described it as having ants the size of foxes. Mosquitoes on the London Underground's Piccadilly line are genetically different from those on the Bakerloo line. Baker Island in the middle of the Pacific is the last place on Earth to ring in the new year. The world's smallest flightless bird is the inaccessible island rail. Cleaning a train in Pakistan takes 40 people 4 hours. Human nose grease can be used to clean photographic negatives. People enjoy their food more if they share photographs of it on social media. The customer who ordered the world's smallest sushi made with a single grain of rice was so moved she cried for an hour and a half. Ruikatsu tear-seeking is a Japanese therapy in which women pay to have a good cry with a handsome man. 3 Argentinian rugby players used their new tooth implants as bottle openers. When the Chinese invented the compass, they used it for fortune-telling. Whenever a hurricane is forecast, sales of strawberry Pop-Tarts increases 7-fold. Poppies were first used as a symbol of the Napoleonic Wars. There is a new genetically engineered poppy whose seeds won't make you fail a drug test. Elvis Presley wanted to be a federal drug enforcement agent and was given a specially made badge by President Nixon. President Calvin Coolidge enjoyed buzzing for his staff and hiding under the Oval Office desk while they searched for him. President Lyndon B. Johnson had an amphibious car footage of 41 minutes. Jamie Oliver has a customized Land Rover that slow roasts meat under the bonnet, and he makes butter and ice cream in the wheel drums. Chopsticks were designed to be used for cooking, not eating. Chicken noodle soup really does relieve symptoms of the common cold. Let's finish these pages and then continue in another video because I am getting a little bit hungry. The US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have a most wanted list for flu viruses. It's illegal to get into a Black London taxi if suffering from food poisoning, anthrax, measles, or leprosy. Vivaldi suffered from asthma. 25% of Americans who catch salmonella from pet chickens admit to having guessed them recently. Prairie dogs greet each other with kisses. In 2015, a woman in Indiana was shot in the foot by her dog, Trigger. The inventor of Uzi submachine gun was imprisoned for illegal possession of a firearm. The Apple III computer was built without a cooling fan because Steve Jobs hated the noise. Just a few more. Joe Davis won the 1933 World Snooker Championship in a building named after himself. The only basketball coach at Kansas University with a losing record was James Naismith, the man who invented basketball. From 1541 to 1555, playing ball was illegal for commoners except on Christmas Day. 25% of the world's prisoners are in the US. When Oscar Wilde was in prison, he had special dispensation to have his light on at night so he could keep reading. A restaurant in Connecticut gives diners a free book with their meal. Timothy Dexter wrote a book with no punctuation but included a sheet of punctuation marks for the reader to distribute as they pleased. The exclamation mark was originally called the point of admiration. In Egypt's Middle Kingdom, it was a mark of high status to have a folding stool. In the cabinet office of number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's chair is the only one with arms. A Dutch designer has invented a chair that gives an electric shock to people who say yes, but in meetings. Researchers in Singapore have built a robot that can assemble an IKEA chair. Nintendo is Japanese for live luck to haven. According to Nintendo, Mario isn't a plumber. In 2018, a plane full of Norwegian plumbers had to turn back because of a broken toilet. his dining room table carrying a salt spoon. When Danish explorer Peter Brookman was buried by an avalanche in the North Pole, he hacked his way out with a tool made of his own frozen poo. A butcher in Totnes who got trapped in his freezer in 2018 had to batter his way out with a frozen black pudding. The French don't have Christmas pudding or Christmas crackers at Christmas. The pioneers of the French naturalist movement were a married couple called Lecoq. Louis X, I think that's 16. I think Louis XVI issued a decree prohibiting from carrying a handkerchief larger than his. Lawn, a fine cloth used to make handkerchiefs, gets its name from the French city of Laon. The curator of the British Lawnmower Museum is allergic to grass. As a child, Welsh jockey Sean Bowen was allergic to horses and practiced riding by sitting on the arm of a sofa. US ice hockey goalie Chris Trudeau is allergic to ice. Under a US law signed by Ronald Reagan, July is National Ice Cream Month and 15th July is National Ice Cream Day. February was known to the Anglo-Saxons as Solmoneth, a mud month. Over 100 men a month visit a hospital in Bangkok to have their penis whitened. The inventor of the bra had a pet called clitoris. Abraham Lincoln patented an inflatable ship. In 2017, China imported 33 shipping containers of avocados, up from 0 in 2014. The flag of the Philippines has the blue stripe on top in peacetime and the red stripe on top in wartime. The first flag symbolizing workers' rights was dyed with calf's blood. Blood donors in Sweden are sent a thank you text message when their blood is used. The first Kleenex tissues were made from the same material as the gas mask filters during the First World War. During the Second World War, the Northern Ireland Assembly building was covered in cow manure to camouflage it. Defecating causes as much pain as childbirth. The oldest human settlement in Australia was found by men looking for a lavatory. Australians feel they need to earn more than 3 times as much as people in the Caribbean to be equally happy. Warriors in Papua New Guinea made daggers from their enemies' thigh bones. Fractures can be diagnosed by holding a tuning fork to the bone. If it rings like a bell, all's well. The Japanese have invented the noise-cancelling fork to counteract the sound of people slurping their noodles. In 2018, the Thai Prime Minister directed reporters' questions to a cardboard cutout of himself. Sarcasm is banned in North Korea. 70% of South Koreans aged under 30 are short-sighted. South Korean women who wear glasses to work are seen as unprofessional. A soilist is someone who gets pleasure from finding fault. A camperground is someone whose only purpose is to take up space. Weeper duties are people excuses for not doing something. Cryptoscopophilia is the urge to look through the windows of someone's house as you pass by. is what dogs did to ship. For its first 100 years, the word mugger meant someone who sold mugs. 600 billion cups of coffee are drunk each year. You were 10 million times more likely to be struck by lightning than hit by a piece of a falling space debris. The pressure inside a proton is a billion times greater than that at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The scientific journal Academic Emergency Medicine records an experiment in which sheep were tasered while high on crystal meth. Over 15,000 published scientific studies mention Arnold Schwarzenegger. William Shatner had a kidney stone removed and sold it for $25,000. Some people can produce goosebumps on demand. 7% of Americans have full bladder syndrome, which means they can't pee if they can see or hear another person. 80% of women hover over public toilets. Bacteria can penetrate 6 layers of blue paper. Rats can tread water for 3 days and survive being flushed down the lavatory. Funnel-web spiders can live in water for 30 hours. Coconut crabs grow as big as dogs. A blind man who is scared of dogs has been given the UK's first guide horse. The Titanic gem had an electric horse for passengers to hone their riding skills. Preston Ulysses Grant was arrested for spitting on a horse. Horses have 3 more facial expressions than chimpanzees. Chimpanzees can be taught to play rock, paper, scissors. 60% of primatologists have been scratched by a primate and 40% have been bitten by one. Podos are primates that smell like curry. 75 million bacteria per square centimeter can live in one rubber duck. Ducks' penises grow and shrink with the seasons. Summer and autumn are the times when Google searches for hair loss peak. Pulling someone's hair is a legal tackle in American football. If it reaches to their jersey, it counts as part of their uniform. To catch cheating footballers, of wild hamsters. A group of peasants is called a bouquet. Ptarmigan is eaten by 8% of Icelanders at Christmas. The past tense of snow used to be snoo. Snow fleas survive the cold because their bodies contain natural antifreeze. It is only safe to eat snow that has fallen within the last half day. According to the Office of National Statistics, Britons eat 50% more than what they say they do. The Welsh of for peaches literally translates as woolly plums. In the 17th century, potatoes were cut into fishy shapes and fried as a fish substitute when it was too cold to go fishing. People with Otabruary syndrome can get drunk from eating chips. Pancakes in food ads more drizzled with motor oil because it looks better than maple syrup. In food ads, The director of Canada's Avian Science and Conservation Centre is called Professor Bird. Birds have a built-in smell map that helps them navigate featureless oceans. A pelican's bill can hold as much water as 2 flushes of a toilet. 50 geese can produce 5,000 pints of excrement a year. The UK has more wildlife trust nature reserves than branches of McDonald's. Donald Trump asked the White House chef to recreate items from the McDonald's menu from him. When Donald Trump asked the Guggenheim Museum to lend the White House a Van Gogh, they offered him a solid gold toilet instead. To Quomodo Quinquis is to make money in any way possible. A lanspresado is a 17th century word for the friend who never seems to have any money with them. Oh god, okay. A dunklehead is main slang for an idiot. Urinoperia is the peaceful feeling experienced on emerging from an ice stream. Birds sing in their dreams. Dogs only make sad faces if there is a person watching. A complete set of 2-inch square cotton Pantone Colors watches cost $7,395. Pope Francis' watch costs less than a paperback Bible. I think he has a Casio watch, but I'm not sure. Pope Benedict XVI again commissioned a special eau de cologne for himself that smelled like the grotto at Lourdes. Modern Catholic exorcisms are carried out by reciting Latin prayers over a mobile phone. After the gunpowder plot, English Catholics were banned from voting, practicing law, or serving as officers in the army or navy until 1829. The word conspire comes from Latin conspirare, meaning to breathe together. Another word came to mind. Balergi is Icelandic for windfall and beaked whale. The Latin for panpipes was the same as the word for a whale's blowhole. is more efficient than walking. The grunts of a tennis player become higher pitched when they're losing. Venus Williams has spent more than a year of her life at Wimbledon. Novak Djokovic never uses the same shower twice in a row. Canadian snooker player Big Bill Bourbonuk drank 8 pints of beer before a match, then one for each frame. In the 19th century, a pool room was where people placed bets on horse racing. Pool started as a medieval game called Jeu de la Poule, in which you threw rocks at a chicken. Pet chickens in Silicon Valley have their own personal chefs. The 17th century game Sparrow Mumbling involved holding a live bird in your mouth. Robins go through puberty every year. If your metabolism was as fast as a hummingbird's, you would need to drink a can of Coke a minute just to stay alive. Hummingbirds are at speed 10 times a second, and they are the size of the rubber on the end of a pencil, only that big. From the 16th to the 19th century, England had a word monopoly on pencil production. You can win a game of Monopoly after only 4 turns. Vikings were buried with board games to combat boredom in the afterlife. There are more people today pretending to be Vikings in the computer game Vikings War of Clans than there were ever actual Vikings. In Welsh mythology, fairies ride corgis into battle. In Norse mythology, Nagplar was a ship made from the untrimmed fingernails of the dead. The longest human thumbnail ever recorded measures 6.5 feet. The world's largest cruise ship is 5 times the size of the Titanic. Actually, the Titanic was not a cruise ship. It was just an ocean liner, which is similar to a ferry, which its purpose was to carry passengers from one side of the world to another. It's like a bus. So the Titanic wasn't really a cruise ship. I think cruise ships came after the Titanic. Lightning storms are twice as likely in shipping lanes as in the rest of the ocean. A dirty thunderstorm is when lightning is produced in a volcanic plume. The number of people killed by lightning today is a tenth of what it was in the 1940s. Only 139 cars were produced in the US during the Second World War. In 1820s Manhattan, there was 1 pig for every 5 humans. In 1899, Henry Blaze became the first American pedestrian to be killed by a car. The man who invented one-way streets, roundabouts, taxi stands, and stop signs never learned to drive. I've actually came to realize that many good drivers that I've been in cars with were afraid to drive before driving, and I understand it. Sometimes overconfidence doesn't make you a good driver. French people are 19 times less likely to wait for the green man than Japanese people. Hitchhikers in Sweden wait the longest for a ride. Those in Iraq wait shortest. According to research by North Korea, the world's second happiest country is North Korea. Which is the first one? I'm wondering. The demilitarized zone between North and South Korea is home to 5,097 different species. City controls its rat problem by giving them the menopause. In 1902, after the French colonial government in Hanoi offered 1 cent for every rat's tails, enterprise Vietnamese started rat farms to earn the bounty. In 1959, the U.S. government issued a memo saying that Yetis could only be killed in self-defense. Sloths can hold their breath for 40 minutes. Ostriches have 4 kneecaps. Babies' kneecaps don't show up on x-rays. Babies born into the Budweiser family have 5 drops of Budweiser dropped on their tongues as a first taste. Beer is more nutritious than bread. The world record for the most beer mats flipped and caught with the same hand is held by a man called Mad Hand. As much food as one's hand can hold was Dr. Jones's dictionary definition of lunch. The bowl formed by cupping one's hand together is called Copan. Rachmaninoff had enormous hands. He could span 12 piano keys with either one. Jimi Hendrix's father told him his left-handedness meant he was born of the devil. The Jim Smith Society has over 2,000 members worldwide, all called Jim Smith. The Royal Society for the Protection of Birds was founded in 1889 by women denied membership of the British Ornithologist Union. Beyonce's fans are called the Beehive. That's interesting. The W240 Fun Club has over 10,000 members. J.R.R. Tolkien described these fans are deplorable. 1 in every 160 New Zealanders was involved in the production of The Lord of the Rings. Jurassic Park was hit by the most powerful hurricane ever to reach Hawaii, but Richard Attenborough slept right through it. In the movie Chinese Zodiac, Jackie Chan had 15 credits, including actor, writer, director, composer, and catering coordinator. Amber Rudd was credited as aristocracy coordinator on 4 weddings and funerals. A. Milne planned a film adaptation of Pride and Prejudice with Mr. Darcy played by Earn. I have no idea if I pronounced that correctly, but 5% of piglets are crushed to death by their own mothers. The world record for crushing concrete blocks with the head is held by a 17-year-old boy from was made by a single family. Since the 1970s, France has lost 50 types of cheese. The world's most expensive cheese is made from donkey's milk. Thomas Hardy's novels were considered so disgusting they were sold in plain brown wrappers. Thomas Hardy, Rudyard Kipling, and Joseph Conrad all wrote books the size of postage stamps for Queen Mary's dollhouse. Christina Foyle, owner of the Foyle's bookshop, ran an entire book every day, never did her own housework, and only drank champagne. There is an orchid in Madagascar that smells like champagne. There is a secret pub inside the Tower of London that only beef eaters and their guests can visit. Isn't Beef Eaters a restaurant like a franchise all over Britain? So pretty much anyone can discover it, right? I'm not sure. In 18th century London, a sick person could pay 3 guineas to bathe in beef soup. The average Briton eats 17.3 kilos of beef a year. Dung beetles contain more protein than beef does. 80% of Japan's protein comes from the sea. The plastic waste that goes into the ocean every year is enough to fill 5 shopping bags for every foot of shoreline in the world. Half of all the plastic that has ever existed was made in the last 13 years. When Young and Freud first met, their conversation lasted 13 hours. Sheep can recognize celebrities with 80% accuracy. Elmo is the only non-human to testify before the U.S. Congress. Bert and Ernie only have one eyebrow between them. DVDs of the first few series of Sesame Street are labeled adult only. By the standards of the rest of the animal kingdom, human beings should be 200 times as murderous as they are. The longest New York City has gone without a murder is 12 days. A Chewbacca defense is a lawyer's way of confusing the other side by spouting irrelevant nonsense. Chewbacca is 7 feet 6 inches, the same height as the tallest high school basketball player in the world. The largest snowflake ever recorded was 15 inches across. The longest and shortest pub names in Britain are both Stallingbridge, Manchester. Manchester United. MacGyver is a 19-year-old Namibian footballer. Joey Burton missed his planned debut for Manchester City because a Middlesbrough fan had stolen his shirt. Macedonian footballer Mario Juriski was sent off for celebrating a goal by taking his shorts off and putting them on his head. Fulham striker Facundo Sava celebrated each goal by putting on a Zorro mask that he kept in his sock. Princess Diana smuggled sweets into William and Harry's school in their football socks. Haribos contain 9 of the 10 amino acids essential to human. You know, why is of the world's twins are currently involved in a scientific study about twins. Until the 17th century, mothers hung their babies on hooks as they worked. Prehistoric women had stronger arms than members of a modern-day rowing clubs. Before he became the first person to row solo across the Atlantic, John Fairfax was apprenticed to a pirate. Captain Hook was an old Etonian, and his last words were the school motto, Floris Etona. Would mouse sperm hook onto one another to catch a ride? The longest spider sperm is twice as long as the smallest spider. A pooter is a device used by entomologists to suck insects into a jar without accidentally inhaling them. A poon is to prop up a piece of wobbly furniture with a presidential ballot papers in 1872. The Rhinoceros Party of Canada promised to repeal the law of gravity to improve higher education by building taller schools. Turkish schools no longer teach evolution. Pupils in Ireland study Irish for 10 years outside school. Only 1.8% of the population speak Irish every day. Schools in his legal signature. T.S. Eliot coined the word bullshit. In 2017, the word Taekwondo Federation changed its name to World Taekwondo because of the negative connotations associated with its initials. Oh, I just realized WTF. Sumo is Japanese for rushing at each other. Professional sumo wrestlers aren't allowed to drive. If a woman enters a sumo ring, it has to be cleaned immediately with salt. After iodine was added in salt in 1924, the average American IQ jumped by 15%. Butterflies can get the salt they need by drinking the tears from the turtle's eyes. TV naturalist Steve Irwin, 1962 to 2006, and Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, owned the same tortoise. Lizards were defined by Dr. Johnson as an animal resembling a serpent with legs added to it. Each leg of an offshore wind turbine may have up to 4.3 tons of muscles clinging to it. St. David's is Britain's smallest and windiest city. For its size, Britain has more tornadoes than any other country in the world. The average warning time for a tornado is 13 minutes. The average Briton spends a year of their working life off sick. A quarter of British nurses are obese. The Nordal is to muse on a subject you know nothing about. To snurdle is to wrap up costly in bed. Oh, I like this. A pentanurate is a series of farms. Ninquit is a 17th century word for snowy. Part of Antarctica is called the Toka Gap because it is so beautiful it's impossible to take a bad photo there. The U.S. Postal Service photographs every one of the 160 billion items of U.S. mail a year. Jeff Bezos has been photographed eating Xi Jinping, president of China, lived in a cave. Neanderthals used glue. Wallets were first used to carry meat. All the iron in Bronze Age tools and weapons came from meteorites. At least 200 meteorites on Earth are known to have come from Mars. Every day, 800 million viruses fall on each square meter of the Earth's surface. The MRSA virus can be treated with an Anglo-Saxon potion that is 1,000 years old. The antibiotic vancomycin comes from soil on the jungle floor in Borneo. The rainforest floor gets less than 3% of the light that the treetops do. American tree populations are steadily moving west, and no one knows why. No one knows why shower curtains cling to you. In his late 60s, Ulysses S. Grant claimed that no one had seen him naked since he was a young child. When Spy magazine sent checks for 13 cents to some of the world's richest people, no one cashed them except the Saudi arms dealer and Donald Trump. Bankruptcy is likely to be as fatal as heart disease. A fatal dose of water is 6 liters. A fatal dose of caffeine is 113 cups of coffee, but you die of water poisoning first. Nestle sells 15 different brands of water. Watering plants with club soda makes them grow faster and go nicer shade of green. As long as you use soap, washing your hands works just as well if the water is cold. Mano a mano means hand to hand, not man to man. The island of misunderstanding got its name because it was missed by a map-making expedition. The first Americans came from Siberia. The earliest known song was written in Syria. Cougars have a cry that sounds like a woman screaming. Australian magpies can understand what other birds are saying. Pelicans swallow pigeons whole. Hedgehogs hunt and kill otters. Coconut crabs climb trees and hunt birds. Quetzal birds eat avocados whole by regurgitating the stone because it makes them too heavy to take off. You can lose weight by leaving your bedroom window open at night. There are more possible arrangements of a deck of cards than there are stars in the known universe. Children asked to draw stars instinctively draw 5 of them. The human eye can detect a single photon. A single violin is made from 70 pieces of wood. Christchurch in New Zealand has a 700-seat cathedral made of cardboard. Cardboard was invented in China before the birth of Christ. The nail was invented by the ancient Romans. Scientists can't decide on the definition of a tree. Hawaiian violets have wooden stems. Physicists at the University of Hawaii have solved the problems of how washing machines get clothes clean. Washing no such thing as total darkness anywhere in the universe. So